Hello, everyone, and welcome to EnviroCast GEO. So, we are finally starting the conference at this time at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Now, it is truly an honor to have all of you joining us today as an international gathering of students, researchers, engineers, innovators, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and the future minded thinkers from all across the world. The very fact that we have so many individuals from so many different disciplines, cultures, and time zones have come together for a shared purpose speaks volumes about the urgency and the importance of the conversations that we are about to have. My name is Kavina Langovin, and my co host here is Arnav Namade. And on behalf of all of our keynote speakers, our session speakers, our organizing team, and every contributor who helped to bring this vision to life, we want to extend our sincere gratitude to you for taking the time to be here. Conferences like this are not built overnight. They're the result of months of planning, collaboration, outreach, and belief in a central idea. The dialogue can shape direction. So, whether you're joining us from in the United States or tuning in from across continents and time zones, we are deeply grateful for your presence here today. Some of you may be logging in early in the morning, others may be joining late at night. That commitment alone reflects something powerful: curiosity that crosses borders and ambition that extends beyond geography. Now, events like this in EnviroCast GEO only matter because the people show up with curiosity, courage, and a willingness to engage with ideas that stretch much beyond the present moment. They matter because of participants who are not satisfied with simply observing change, but who actually want to understand it and ultimately to help guide it. You are what makes this gathering meaningful.
This year's edition of EnviroCast GEO is centered around one central theme, and that theme is furthering the future. And while these words are simple, the meaning behind them is absolutely enormous. Because the future is not a destination that simply arrives. The future is something that is continuously shaped by people's decisions, by technologies that are rapidly emerging, by values that we choose to uphold and believe in, and by the people who choose to come next and build the next generation of the future. The idea of furthering the future is intentionally open ended. It is not limited to one industry or one discipline or one kind of innovation. Instead, it reflects the reality that the next frontier of intelligence and engineering is built at the intersections of many worlds. For example, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, sustainability, ethics, medicine, infrastructure, policy, and system designs are all examples of things that help further the future. And here at EnviroCast Geo, it is our goal to help support, but not only nurture, the people who are actually building the systems that help shape the future.
Now, we are living in a defining era of transformation. Every single generation experienced moments of technological acceleration. Just even every year, every month, every day, we're hearing about so many new things. The Industrial Revolution reshaped labor, the digital revolution reshaped communication. But what makes today different is that speed and that scale at which change is really occurring, and also the interconnectedness of all these changes. As Arnav talked about, artificial intelligence is reshaping how knowledge is generated, how decisions are made, and how industries operate. Quantum technologies are beginning to challenge the very limits of computation and encryption. Of course, in EnviroCast, we're doing work against climate and environmental pressures and rethinking energy systems, urban planning, transportation, supply chains, and resilience strategies. And in addition to that, autonomous systems are redefining logistics and mobility. And overall, digital infrastructures are expanding much faster than governance frameworks and ethical guidelines can really keep pace. So the question that we face is no longer just what can we build, but it's much more deeper and more pressing, which is what should we build for the current moment? And this is because progress without a direction is insufficient. Innovation without responsibility is incomplete. And technology without ethical guidelines can create as many risks as it tries to resolve. Furthering the future is moving beyond invention for its own sake and towards innovation that is intentional, grounded in human values, and designed for long term impact rather than short term novelty.
Furthering the future means asking whether our systems actually expand or deepen inequality. It means asking whether our breakthroughs improve human experience and well-being or introduce new risks to the human welfare. It means ensuring that the future we are create is not just a more advanced but more thoughtful, more sustainable, and more humane future path. And that's exactly why this conference exists. EnviroCast GEO is designed as a platform for ideas that reach beyond the present. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear from countless speakers all across the world and that represent an extraordinary range of perspectives, from student researchers and youth advocates to industry leaders and even college students and policy connected professionals. Each session reflects a different angle of what it means to further the future, whether through emerging technologies, interdisciplinary research, ethical leadership, or even systems level thinking.
Now, one of the most powerful aspects of this event altogether is its global nature. The future, of course, is not shaped in isolation. It cannot be authored by a single region, a single ideology, a single technical system, or economic system. And the challenges that we faced, be it climate instability or health risks or technological disruption, resource distribution, cybersecurity, ethical governance, they are all global in scope and they're all deeply interconnected. And that means that the solutions have to be as well. By bringing together voices from multiple continents, cultural backgrounds, and academic and professional disciplines, EnviroCast GEO helps to create something essential, which is a shared space for collaboration, imagination, responsibility, and accountability. The future is not built solely by established institutions or legacy organizations. It is also built by emerging thinkers. It's built by students who are willing to ask questions that challenge assumptions. It's built by young innovators who refuse to wait for permission to contribute. And it's built by interdisciplinary teams that see connections that others may overlook. Now, some of the most transformative ideas of the next decade may not originate just in corporate headquarters or global summits. They emerge from classrooms, dorm rooms, startup incubators, research labs, or first time conference presentations. They may begin as questions rather than answers. And so, this conference exists to elevate those voices because furthering the future requires new architects, new frameworks, and new forms of leadership.
As we begin today, I encourage everyone here, no matter where you are from around the world, to approach this event not as passive attendees, but as active participants in the conversation of what comes next. Listen closely, ask questions, and engage across disciplines and think boldly. And always think with an open mind. The goal is not to simply predict the future, but to shape it with as much intention as you could possibly bring. Over these sessions, you'll encounter the ideas that challenge the very assumptions, beliefs, and technologies that push boundaries and perspectives that expand the way we understand engineering, intelligence, and the entire world around us. Some talks may feel ahead of their time, and that is exactly the point of EnviroCast GEO. The future is always ahead of its time until someone chooses to build it. As we open EnviroCast GEO Winter 2026, I want to leave you with one central reflection. When history looks back on this era of rapid transformation, what will it say we did, and what picture will we paint in its mind? Did we simply watch technology evolve, or did we guide it with purpose? Did we inherit the future, or did we further it? And that is the challenge, that is the opportunity, and that is what brings us here today for EnviroCast Furthering the Future.
So, thank you again for being here, for contributing your time, your intellect, your curiosity, and your ambition to this global community of thinkers and builders. As we begin inviting speakers on to give their talks, please feel free to engage actively in the live chat, share your reflections. You can post questions, connect ideas across sessions. We will have dedicated 5-minute Q&A segments where selected questions from the chat will be featured, so your voice truly matters in shaping the conversation that we will have today. We also ask that everyone remain respectful, thoughtful, and professional throughout the event. A collaborative environment depends on mutual respect and constructive dialogue, and I trust that we all can do that. And with that, it is my great privilege to officially begin day one of EnviroCast GEO Furthering the Future. Now, to open our conference, we will begin with a keynote address from the founder and CEO of OneFinite, Mr. Kaushik Ravi. He is currently joining the call right now to give his talk. And before that, I will give a short brief about who he is. So, Mr. Kaushik Ravi, he is a New York-based private equity leader. He is an AI and finance innovator, and he is an entrepreneur. Through his company, OneFinite, he has built a global platform trusted by leading private equity firms, venture capital groups, hedge funds, and investment banking institutions. And he partners with advanced AI companies and forward thinking financial organizations to help drive innovation across finance, talent intelligence, and capital markets. And this really demonstrates how emerging technologies can reshape traditional industries with strategic intent. Now, Mr. Ravi's work sits precisely at the intersection of technology, capital, and systems transformation, making him an ideal voice to help us really begin this conversation about furthering the future. So I do believe he is currently joining the call right now as we speak. His talk is scheduled for 10:15, so if we need, we can wait a little bit. So I do believe he has joined the call. Hello, Mr. Ravi. I don't know if we're able to hear your microphone. Let me
Hello.
check. Okay.
You hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you fine now.
Okay, great. Great.
So we can just start your talk whenever you are available. I believe you have until 10:35 to give your address, and then after that we can have a short 5 minutes for any Q&A from the comments.
Yeah, and once again, it's an honor to have you here as well.
Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, just give me a minute to like just pull up the. I have a few slides that I'm happy to talk through with you guys, and
Okay.
we'll go from there. Okay, one sec. Are you guys like recording this and stuff, or what are you doing on the back end?
Yes.
Yeah, it's live.
It's currently being live streamed to YouTube.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right. Give me a second to pull up my my slides. All right, I'm just going to share my screen here so you guys hopefully can see it.
Yeah, perfect.
Give me a second here. Okay. All right, let's try this now. Share screen. Chrome tab, window. Okay. Let me know when it pops up. Should just have like a slide
Yes,
deck.
I see it. Okay, so
You
what'll
see it?
happen
Okay.
is, yes, I'll add you and we'll just be muted and off camera during your address.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Once again, it's
All right.
Elmer.
Okay, you can just see my screen, right, guys?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Hey everyone, thanks for having me. Thanks to the team at EnviroCast for having me today. Excited to share sort of my story, my background, and hopefully that's helpful for for everyone who's listening on the call. So I'm Kaushik Ravi here, and today I'm going to focus on sort of my journey from Wall Street to tech CEO, and kind of coming from my background, which is at Goldman Sachs and some of the sort of top financial services firms in the world, to now building the largest sort of financial services network here. And so excited to share my journey. So Kaushik here, like I said, quick background. Again, I'm going to I have just 6 or 7 slides I'll walk through. And obviously, I think we're going to stop for questions later on. So happy to take any questions. So first, Kaushik here, like I said, my background, has been, I spent my first 8 to 10 years of my career in Wall Street. So kind of think core financial services industry. And the majority of which was at Goldman Sachs, which is one of the largest financial services firm in the world. So I started in their investment banking group and then transitioned over to their private equity group. So investment banking is where we advise clients on, mergers and acquisitions and IPOs and so on. And then private equity is us investing in companies, so raising capital and investing in companies, similar to, you must have heard of venture capital or other things. And so that's kind of the private equity space. So kind of the formative years of my career have been in sort of the finance industry. And, I've been very fortunate in that I've got to work on, some of the largest deals. In fact, having led 3 of the largest financials deals, at Goldman, across M&A, across IPO, and so on. So very fortunate in that sense. It's also very fortunate to have sort of been able to, kind of navigate kind of the career path in an accelerated manner, having reached sort of, associate VP, principal, director, all in sort of a short period of time. And then obviously, as you can imagine, that always gets you thinking, okay, what's next? What else can I do, and how else can I have a even much greater impact, right? I've again been fortunate. I've helped build 3 large financial services businesses, or private equity platforms to date, across Goldman, across another fund, as well as with One Finet, or One Financial Network now. Also, took on leadership roles at Goldman and beyond, chief of staff with Narmasa Bank, led recruiting and all of that stuff. And as I realized kind of my, way to have an impact while also building a business and a platform, which then has kind of allowed me to do the last 2 things on this page, which is, having mentored and trained and coached over 100,000 professionals and students since we started this platform 4 years ago. Also have led, over 500 sold out sessions across top universities and schools, etc. Again, I'll come back to that point, as well as sort of build what is one of the largest sort of Rolodexes on Wall Street. And I've been able to kind of, ability to do the things that you want to do while also having a lot of impact, right? So I guess the first topic is, as you think about your career journey, I always recommend or encourage people, and this is kind of what I tried to do and I'm trying to do, is combine the passions that I have. And first of all, is identifying what those passions are. And so this took me a little bit of time, right? And I think I'm sure everyone on this call, regardless of your age, to try to figure out what are the things you're super passionate about and where do you want to really devote a lot of your time to. And for me, it was sort of 4 things, right? business, capital, finance. Like that's where I've started my career, and that's where I'll always sort of have a passion for. So a lot of you guys, maybe that's coding, maybe it's consumer stuff, maybe it's, shopping, and whatever the sectors and industries are that you're really genuinely interested in. And then the second thing, which I was a little bit lacking in sort of the Wall Street job, was frankly that the ability for technology and now AI to really like make everything 100 times easier. And so I wanted to combine my passion for that with that. And then the third thing I felt was like people, right? I think when you're doing a lot of coding, or when you're doing a lot of just kind of computer modeling and things like that, or in Excel, I think you'll lose a little bit of touch with people. And I think that I felt like was a huge passion of mine, and like a huge area of interest. And then finally, how to have an impact and also build a legacy, right? So maybe I throw in the word legacy in here as well. And so for me, these were my 4 passions and interests. And again, I encourage you all to kind of find what they are. And then it's about how do you put these together and build something that is, allows you to be wildly, more successful and so on, right? And so then it got me to, okay, now you take your passions and then combine it with the market needs in finance. And for me, I felt like there was a lot of needs within the world of finance and business and capital. And some of these needs were on the people side, and some of these needs were on the firm side, right? So on the people side, I think it's things like access to career-long, high-quality networks, access to reputable learning, access to top-tier jobs throughout your career, learning and development, capital, all of that. And then on the firm side, I think there was a lot of access to high-quality sort of business development, talent, technology, and all of that. So how do we build something that combines both of them? And thus, we built sort of what is OneFinet, or One Financial Network, which is the largest sort of all-encompassing finance, for consumers, which is professionals and students, training, coaching, networking, talent, hiring, AI, finance in the world. And then for firms, it's for, capital, training, development, hiring, AI, and all of that. And so as part of OneFinet, I think we have 4 verticals on the people side, or B2C side, which we have the largest sort of career coaching and placement. Because what we realize is that traditional college setting, or the traditional MBA setting, is not allowing people access and frankly accessibility to what we call elite careers in the world. So we decided to build out our own sort of version of accelerated learning via coaching. And so today we have clients from 95% of the top 30 universities, top 15 MBAs, top 50 high schools, all of that. And frankly, it's thriving. And the second platform is a training vertical. Again, similarly, right? I think we felt college as well as career-long learning was not as accessible to people. Frankly, it wasn't training people in a very rapidly changing dynamic of a career. So we've kind of built our training platform around professionals, and professionals actually coming on and training everyone. And like I said, since 2021, over 500 sold out trainings in person, as well as over 40 to 50,000 people trained online. Again, this is in the finance careers, right? So it's a little bit more of a niche. And then the third is kind of hiring and talent, which we felt like, look, if we can train and bring in the best of the best, then we can partner with the top firms in the world on their hiring. And so we're very fortunate to have helped over 700 billion of funds on the sort of talent side. And then finally, like I said, the business development and networking vertical, we have an online AI networking platform. We have an in-person sort of networking thing, all of that. Like I said, our representation, 29 of the top 30 undergrad universities, as well as the top 15 business schools, and so on and so forth. On the B2B side, I guess the parts that the parts that I think are the most interesting, similarly on as far as these, right? You're training and you're coaching the best of the best. So we help with placement, right? In terms of all of these top firms. We also help, and we've built out a brand new like AI and finance vertical, where a lot of our firms want expertise into the top sort of AI and sort of what are the latest, both talent as well as how do we train those models? How do we actually instill those into our workforce? So we built out a full AI, work stream for our B2C firms, and so on. And then the final sort of point, I guess I will share here before I kind of open it up for questions for you guys, is the lessons learned. And a lot of the lessons learned that I learned, frankly, from Wall Street and kind of sitting in board meetings and boardrooms and so on, and how you can apply it to the real world and building things. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are listening here who want to build their own platforms and businesses and so on. And I think maybe I'll share kind of 4 or 5 of my biggest lessons learned for you guys to do that. The first one, which I think is increasingly becoming more important, and which is kind of why we've built a networking platform as part of our larger, verticals, as part of our larger platform, is I think increasingly, right, the ability to build code or the ability to sort of access information or even frankly capital is not a differentiator anymore, right? So kind of what is the differentiator? I truly, number one is like your networks, right? And sort of your ability to access those networks become your number one source of capital, right? If you are a technologist building a company, to go reach out and raise venture money, you obviously want to build a network in the venture space. To go and hire the best talent, you need a network, right? You go and if you're on the finance side, to go and do a deal, to go and actually have someone, partner with you, again, you need a network, right? So again, point here is, the importance of the network, I felt like has been super differentiating for my career, and certainly hopefully it will be for you guys as well. Number two is I think we should all be really ambitious, right? Like I think the world is, if we choose, the world can be really, really small, and we're like, oh, my world is just, coders here, or my world is just, finance people and so on. But I think we want you all to be, very ambitious. Like I think the reason is I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to build a large, kind of this large network and this large platform. Frankly, it's like, can you start small, but then, be ambitious, have large goals, but make sure you do the little things well, right? So just when you add a new client or when you add a new user, make sure you're still taking care of the old user, right? And make sure you're taking care of the old clients. Make sure, you're doing kind of all the little things well. And I think the biggest lesson learned here, right, is, right, again, back to the boardroom, having sit in the boardroom, yes, it's really cool. And it's, fun to go sit and present to a CEO and all of that. But each of those, right, requires you to have spent 3, 4, 5 days really digging into the company and the financials and all of that, right? So the preparation that requires to have a seat at that table is immensely important, because what I've realized is we will want to work with people over our careers who are best in class at what they do. And to be the best in class at what you do, you really have to sort of take care of the small details about whatever makes everything successful. Number 3 is like add value, right? I think one of the misconceptions is like, oh, I've built something cool and it's like, why aren't people using it, right? I think there's a lot that goes to a successful company and a successful sort of, platform. And the biggest of those is actually being able to add value and then be able to communicate what value you add versus what's in market, right? Because switching costs, guys, for someone using something and then switching to something new is very real. And so that for that reason, in my opinion, like people aren't going to just switch if you just build a different version of the same platform. It's like, can you truly add value over and beyond what's actually in the world? And that's when you get people to start really, start getting excited about your products. There's always this newness factor, right? So everyone gets excited about something new, but if we kind of extend beyond that, then you have to hold on to people by the value that you add and sort of how yours is differentiated with other things, right? So again, switching costs are really, really real in the world. And then lastly, I think, like I was pointing out earlier, the people that I've found to be the most successful, and obviously we have a platform that, we deal with kind of the top 10% of the finance world. Frankly, they're about finding your passions and then building businesses around them, right? So I think it's fine to take some time to figure out what your passions are, or to get passionate about something after you sort of start building. But truly, right, if you look at the great founders, you look at the great operators, the great investors, all of those people live, breathe, and sort of their business and the passions and their products and so on. And that really only happens when you're really genuinely passionate about the thing. So I always, like I said, when I started the slides, like finding your passions, finding the things you're interested in, and then finding the market needs that are going on in that space, at the end of the day, I think is what is going to sort of make it more sort of successful. And the reason why I say that is building a business or building a platform, is great half the time. And then the other half of the time, it's pretty hard. And so what are the things that drive you and want you to work really hard, even on the days that it's really hard to build something, is when you know you're actually working on something you're deeply passionate about. And then defining for yourself, okay, I'm really passionate about something. What am I really good at? And then, where can I have impact? So I think I'm at the end of my sort of allocated time. So let me pause here, guys. And then maybe I'll open up for any questions that people have, and so on.
Okay, hello. Yes, that was incredibly inspirational. I really enjoyed that talk.
Yeah, thank you. I think that really opened the door for a lot of people watching, and it really opened them up to the career stream of finance. We really appreciate that talk.
Of course. You're welcome, guys. Happy to help. And best of luck with this platform. I think, you guys are off to a good start. Cool.
So I do see some comments coming in, so I'm just going to display them on screen. Arnav, you can take the first one.
Yeah, so the first comment's coming from Eva JFK. As someone who wants to be a future founder, I'm curious how long it took you to ideate and put your business into action. Also, great presentation. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Eva. I think there were some folks, if you want to connect with me, I guess, I don't know if I'm able to add comments, but I'm happy to kind of share my YouTube link and my LinkedIn, and folks can comment. I'm not sure if I could do that, guys. Either way. Okay, no worries. If not, I'll just kind of pop open. I might have something in here which just has my QR code for my LinkedIn. So I know I'm sure people might want to connect. Okay, you know what? I do have one. So I'll put it up in here for anyone who wants to connect. So great questions, guys. I think on the point around Kevin, let me know if you can again see my slide.
I think it's loading on my end. Yeah,
it's loading. Okay, cool. So let's let it load for a second. Not window. Oh, it looks like I can. Sorry, guys. I'll get to the question. Yeah, maybe this would this work? Let me know if this works for you guys. Okay. So Ava, great question. I think that's just my LinkedIn. If you guys want to connect, but I don't know if it's actually you can see it. Maybe not. Either way, don't worry, guys. Just look me up, Kaushik Ravi. You can connect if you want. So I think the question on ideate and putting business to action. Look, I think for me, it took about like a year, and that's sort of coming in from similar industry, but also kind of a completely different model. There's a lot of ways to kind of do this, right, guys? If you're young, my advice might be that you guys. Oh, thanks, guys. So my advice might be that you might ideate and certain things while you're still in school or while you're still having a job, so that there's sort of the reality of life, guys, as you get older, right? Of bills and expenses and so on. So you want to really make sure that you have some minimally viable product. Again, we all want to dream big, and we want to be the next Facebook, or we want to be the next Snapchat, or we want to be the next YouTube or the next Discord or whatever. But I think we want to make sure we have minimally viable products and things that you can make revenue for. So I think the best advice I can give you is every industry is different, guys. For my industry, to build a large network obviously takes a long time, right? So I think that takes a lot of time. But for you guys, if you tackle small niches and industries, that might take you 3 to 4 months to sort of build something in reality and then sort of get it tested. So my biggest advice for anyone who's looking to build, and Ava, that's your point, sort of depends on your industry. Obviously, what we're looking to do is build the largest of something and kind of be one of one. But whatever it is you're looking to build, I would almost take it in chunks, right? In the first 1 or 2 months, I want to make sure that there's product market fit. I want to make sure that whatever product I build, at least 10 to 15, 20 people are finding value. Okay, and then there is an actual need here. Then you could spend a lot of time to make it bigger, better, etc. And I feel like oftentimes we have some views on our mind, but we don't actually go to the market and actually ask for feedback or sort of ideate on our product. So I really suggest for those like Ava, to your question, if you can build something small, or even before then, talk to 10 to 15 users and say, hey, is this really a pain point? Would it make sense to build something? Because oftentimes we build something that we think that's going on, but then it's not actually reality. And the last thing is, sometimes the problems are actually ones you face, right? So just because you face something, maybe a lot of other people face it. So don't be opposed to building things in kind of smaller chunks, right, Eva? So hopefully that's helpful for you there. Yeah, we can go to the next question.
So I have a question. It's a bit of a newer comment, but it ties to this, so we can do that and we'll circle back. I have a comment from Stephen Navarro.
Yeah.
As someone from finance and talent ecosystems, how do you evaluate different platforms? Is there a process or key signals or features you look for to make a product or business stand out?
Yeah, great comment. I guess like this sort of revolves you depending on kind of how you're looking at things. So we evaluate ecosystems or platforms or frankly people from a few different lenses. So for me, right, I might be an investor into something, so I might be looking at it from an investor perspective. Number two, I might be looking at it from a partnership perspective. Hey, do they have something that I might not have? Or number three, I might be looking to them as sort of more of something to kind of learn from, or someone who's more of sort of a competitor perhaps, or something like that, right? So I guess the first point, Stephen, is depends on what perspective you're looking at, right? So if you're looking at it from an investor perspective, for me, it's like, hey, are these, especially for smaller kind of companies, why is, first of all, is this a problem or something I care about? And number two, do I have enough views in the space to actually be an investor in the space? Number three, is this a real market need that I see, like not that they have a small need today, but in the future becoming a big need? And then number four, is this the right team that's going to take this product or whatever to kind of get to the next step? So that's sort of some of the key signals or features I look for is, do they have some people already sort of using it, or do we have a track record to kind of doing that, or a pathway? And then if they are using it, are they sticking around, right? It's really easy to pay the first 4 or 5 people or 10, 15, 20 people, or pay for advertising or do some free launches and whatever to get people to get on the system. But are these people coming back? And kind of, if they are, what are they coming for? And is a product like evolving with the customer, right? If someone is coming in for us, right, as a freshman or sophomore on our platform, is it evolving to meet the needs of them as a sophomore, junior, senior, and then a professional and so on, right? So that's what I look for in the investor side. Then number two, from a perspective of a partner, guys, we're looking for really there's a lot of great companies out there. There's a lot of platforms out there, but is it going to be doing something that we ourselves cannot? And if so, can it help us kind of do something a lot faster? So as a partner and as a CEO, like for me, it's a lot about managing my time. And so I'm sure there's amazing platforms out there. If they're able to tell us, in a 5-second email, right? Like these guys did, or other people say, hey, this is where I think this can add value to you. And thus this thing makes sense, then I'm like, okay, this is really cool. And then we can kind of go into there. Again, similar signals there, right? Like the right team, the right sort of set of thing. And I think before we get into partnership with anyone, we really want to make sure they're aligned with us on our core principles, right? So I think for us, again, it was kind of another kind of a overarching answer here, Stephen, but for me, it comes back to, what is their special sauce? Are they executing it well? Is this the right team that's executing it? And then is it big enough for us to care? And sort of, is it in the right mode or right sort of area that's relevant to us? And number 6, maybe, should we partner with them or should we just do it ourselves? Or should we just kind of buy or build, right? Because kind of the final question. So hopefully, Stephen, that answers your question there.
Yeah, so I think we have another question from InspireX. It might be a brand name, but the question is, if you could go back 10 years and tell your past self one piece of advice in terms of professional development, what would it be?
Yeah. So in today's world, guys, I think it's very changing. And InspireX, good question. Look, I personally don't think I would have done much. I think there's probably a few things I would have done differently, right? Generally, right. You kind of have to listen to yourself and your heart. I think in today's world, there's a lot of ways to credentialize yourself. Like 10, 15, 20 years ago, maybe, or even before I entered the workforce, you kind of maybe had to go to a great school, right? You had to sort of go to a McKinsey, right? Or you had to kind of go to a Goldman Sachs, right? Or you had to go to a Harvard Business School or whatever. And I think it certainly helps to have all those sort of signaling things at that point. There's also a lot of ways to do it without some of those things. So if you don't have the ability to access some of these huge brands and so on, just invest in yourself and kind of build something on your own, right? So I think maybe that's my number one sort of advice. Number 2 would be, I think the career is a long career. I think we often get get like really strung up on, oh my God, like I didn't get into the best college, or I didn't get into the best sort of, job and blah, blah, blah. And I think that's all sort of important. I do think though, in the long run, the people who continually work hard and kind of find a way are the ones who end up becoming more successful. We've seen founders who've been successful at 21. We've seen founders who've been successful at 31. We've been seeing founders who've been successful at 41, right? So it's a lot of knowing yourself throughout your career and sort of figuring out, hey, at this point, I think these are my strengths, these are my weaknesses, and this is how I'm going to go do it. Maybe the third thing I'd say is, again, advice would be like, break things, like build fast and then get rid of things that aren't working fast, right? So don't get too tied to an opportunity or an idea if it's not working. There's a difference between investing a lot of time and whatever, and then there's a difference between sunk cost, right? So if you feel like, hey, I've invested 5 months, but it's still not working, maybe I'll invest another 1 year and do this. Maybe not, right? Like, why hasn't it worked the last 5 months? It's not because you haven't invested a lot of time. It's probably because, maybe there isn't a product market fit. Maybe there isn't sort of something else out there. So I guess I give you 3 pieces of advice, right? Number 1 is you should continually find a way to signal that you are kind of a great sort of person to work with. And maybe the 4th one, number 2 was, it's a long career. And so don't feel like you're constantly under coming from a perspective of like, come from a perspective of abundance rather than of scarcity maybe. And then number 3 would be, like cut things short, like when things are not working. And maybe number 4 would be really add value to people and like, your brand is really you and how you treat other people and how much valuable you are. So just kind of give as much as you receive. Maybe those are the 4 pieces of advice that I give on that side. Cool. Anything else, guys?
Okay. I think we have one last question from Ninja. What do you think separates leaders who successfully integrate AI into their organizations from those who tend to struggle or fall behind?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, right? Like we do an AI advisory for a lot of the top finance firms and private equity firms and venture firms and so on. Look, I think I think we're getting to a place of a little bit more sophistication with AI, where 6 months ago, I think everyone was just saying, oh, let's find a way to put AI in everything that we do. I think now is a little bit more, in my mind, the leaders that successfully do this, and we see this all the time. Number 1, you have to be able to quantify the ROI of AI, right? Like where exactly, it's not just throw AI into something and like it'll fix everything, right? It's sort of like, okay, in our finance function, we can use AI to reduce on, 15 hours a week for every employee in reconciliation. Okay, we've been able to quantifiably identify what the ROI is. Number 2, diligencing like the right product for you and making sure like I said, trial runs, test runs, because there's a lot of sales pitches going on. Oh, we're the best at everything. Everybody's using fundamentally the same AI, guys. So like you're kind of using either Gemini or using Claude or using kind of GPT, right? At the end of the day, like, that's not the differentiator. The differentiator is maybe how it does what it does and how clear it is, how much it can customize to what you're doing. Because what you want to avoid as an AI leader or a leader is frankly like having to reinvest the same amount of human capital to go learn something brand new, but just kind of overcomplicates things. I think number 3 is that super, super important to make sure during the integration that like, or whatever you're doing, that like you fundamentally like take care of customer data. You fundamentally take care of customer trust and all of that, because a lot of the firms we deal with are large financial institutions or whatever they are. And you don't want to lose trust because you botched like an AI process, right? There's that as well. So for me, the leaders that do that, number 1, are able to quantify the actual return in dollars and cents. My investment in this AI is, 10 million. And in 1 year, I can return out 20 million, like how? And then go through and actually challenge your team to do that. Number 2 is actually understand where that this AI can actually like improve and finding sort of the best platform to do that minimizes sort of impact. Number 3 is, like I said, actually, the last point I was thinking was, number 3 is actually, evaluating like a few different options, and so it doesn't make sure that it's more work for your people than less work. And obviously number 4 was making sure that you protect customer data so that there's no breaches, there's no issues, because that's not, especially in the world of AI, like everything can become public very quickly. So that's my advice on leaders that separate themselves on sort of AIs and those that don't fall behind. And maybe the last one is like not embracing AI. I think that's another huge mistake. Is that like, that would be my last point. Anyway, guys, that's the answer to that question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ravi. I think you've had a huge influence on our viewers, as you can see from all the comments popping in. And I
Yeah,
think you really managed to resonate with our young viewers as well, providing some
amazing.
insightful advice.
You're welcome, guys. I wish you the best of luck, and everyone on the call. Right, it's a long journey, and every step of the way, like listen to yourself and have an impact on the world around you, and ultimately, right, that's what's gonna matter when you're done with your career on kind of what impact you had. Okay, thanks, guys. Thanks, Arnav. Thanks, Kevin, for putting it together, and I'll see you all soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Okay, great. That was an amazing session from Mr. Ravi, and thank you everyone in the comments who is actually tuning in and providing some insightful questions. Now, we're going to go into some talks. Of course, we're going to slightly bit over time with the Q&A. It's 10:45, but we will still give the speakers a full 10 minutes. So the next speaker, who is a session speaker in terms of block 1, is Anshuman Kumar. Whenever you're ready, if you are ready, you can either let us know in the private chat or we can start now. Yeah. Okay. So we're very excited to hear your talk. You will have the full 10 minutes, so until I believe 10:55, and feel free to begin whenever you are ready.
Perfect. Yeah. Good morning, guys. Yeah, my name is Anshuman Kumar. Uh, a couple of things that I'm going to be addressing today is about looking at the madness of the medical system in the United States and what I and my company have done to counter this. So today I want to talk to you about something that affects every single one of us, not someday, not hypothetically, but inevitably. Healthcare. More specifically, I want to talk to you about how statistics expose how irrational, unequal, and frankly unbelievable parts of our medical system really are. Most people think of medicine as a perfect combination of science and compassion, a world where data guides decisions and doctors save lives. And yes, at its best, medicine is exactly that. It's innovation, precision, and hope. But when we stop looking at inspirational stories and start looking at the numbers, we see a very different picture. The statistics don't just suggest problems, they prove them. And what they show is a system filled with gaps, contradictions, and injustices that should not exist in any country with some of the most advanced medical technology in the world. I didn't just learn this from reading reports or looking at charts. I've seen it firsthand. I've talked to patients, listened to families, and observed how complicated it can be to get basic care. I've watched people delay treatment because they were afraid of the bill. I've heard stories of families choosing between medication and groceries. Those moments stay with you. They make statistics feel less like numbers and more like people. Let's start with access. In the United States of America, millions of people are uninsured or underinsured. In 2024, more than 28 million Americans had no health insurance at all. Think about that for a moment. That's not a small number. That's roughly the population of an entire large state living without guaranteed access to doctors, prescriptions, or emergencies. Uh, Imagine having a high fever, broken a bone, or severe pain, and hesitating to go to the hospital because you don't know if you can afford it. For millions of Americans, that isn't imagination, it is a reality. And even for people who do not have insurance, the cost can still be overwhelming. The average cost of just one night in the US hospital is over $11,000. That's more than many families pay for rent or a mortgage in a month. One expected medical event can wipe out years of savings. Medical debt is one of the leading causes of bankruptcy in this country. That means illness doesn't just threaten your health, it can threaten your entire financial future. Now you may think, well, maybe it's inexpensive because it's the best system in the world, right? That sounds logical. But if we spend more, we should get better results, right? But here's where the numbers tell a shocking story. The United States spends more on healthcare per person than any other nation on the planet. Over $12,000 per person every single year. Yet, despite all that spending, our life expectancy is lower than many countries that spend far less. Nations that spend almost half as much often have longer lifespans and fewer preventable deaths. So we're paying more but not living longer? That's not efficiency. That's a warning sign. These aren't just statistics on a page, they represent real lives, real families, and real stories cut short. When we talk about disparities, we are talking about people who didn't get the same chance to live simply because of circumstances they were born into. A fair healthcare system should never depend on your background, but right now it often does. Mental health is another key sector where numbers are alarming. Nearly 1 in 5 Americans experience mental illnesses each year. That means if you look around this room, statistically, several people here either have struggled, are struggling, or will struggle with mental health challenges. Yet, despite how common it is, there are still not enough providers to meet the demand. Many insurance plans offer less coverage for therapy or psychiatric care than for physical conditions. So, people who need help often wait months for appointments or never get one at all. When mental health goes untreated, it doesn't just affect emotions, it affects physical health, relationships, school performance, and careers. Ignoring mental health isn't just harmful, it's costly both socially and economically. Prevention and early treatment are far cheaper and more effective than crisis intervention. Yet our system still prioritizes treatment after things get severe instead of support before they reach that point. And then we come to inefficiency, the silent drain on the entire system. Healthcare providers often duplicate tests, not because they want to, but because systems don't communicate well with each other. Patients fill out same forms again and again. Doctors spend hours on paperwork instead of with their patients. Billions of dollars go toward administrative costs that never touch a patient's care. In fact, studies estimate that hundreds of billions of dollars are wasted every year in the US healthcare system due to unnecessary services, inefficiencies, and excessive bureaucracy. Just imagine what could happen if we wasted that money and redirected it somewhere. We could expand access, we could reduce costs, we could support nurses and doctors, we could invest in preventive care, we could save lives. So, why does this madness continue? Part of the answer is profit. Many of the healthcare system and companies are structured like businesses, and businesses are designed to make money. Insurance companies, pharmaceutical corporations, and healthcare networks often have financial incentives that don't always align with patient well being. Life saving medication can cost thousands of dollars per month, not necessarily because they cost that much to produce, because the system allows it. Another reason is complexity. The healthcare system is so complicated that even experts sometimes struggle to navigate it. Policies, regulations, billing codes, coverage rules, they form a maze that patients must somehow figure out while they're sick, stressed, and vulnerable. A system meant to help people shouldn't be this hard to understand. Now, I want to be clear. This speech is not an attack on doctors, nurses, researchers. In fact, they are the strongest advocates for change. Many healthcare professionals enter the field because they genuinely want to help people. They work long hours, they make sacrifices, and save lives every day. The problem isn't the people, it's the structure they're forced to work within. My passion for this issue didn't come from statistics alone. It came from witnessing situations where care was delayed, complicated, or unfair. It came from seeing how much difference good care can make and how devastating it is when someone can't access it. Those experiences made me realize something important. Awareness matters. When people understand the data, they begin to question the system. And when people question the system, change becomes possible. Statistics aren't cold or emotionless, they're just evidence. They reveal patterns our eyes alone might miss. They expose injustice, they tell stories that might otherwise go unheard of. And right now, those stories are telling us loud and clear that our healthcare system, despite its brilliance and innovation, still has serious flaws that need fixing. But here's the hopeful part: systems created by humans can be improved by humans. Every reform in history, from public sanitation to vaccines to patent rights, started because someone looked at the evidence and said, we can do better than this. Progress happens when people refuse to accept unfairness as normal. Imagine a healthcare system where no one avoids treatment because of cost. A system where quality care is consistent no matter who you are. A system where mental health is treated with the same urgency as physical health. A system where efficiency means more time with patients and less time with paperwork. That kind of system isn't impossible. The numbers show us the problems, which mean they can also guide us towards the solutions. In conclusion, medicine today is a paradox. On one hand, it's full of brilliant minds, groundbreaking technology, and life saving discoveries. On the other hand, it's weighted down by inequality, inefficiency, and barriers that should not exist. If we ignore the statistics, we ignore reality. But if we listen to them, they become a call to action. That was the saying or the quote that inspired me to start the project called Uscapes. At Uscapes, we went to a lot of senior homes, we did data, and around 75% of the seniors living in these homes either had no family to take care of them or had no one to like pay for the medical bills. And half of them, when we talked to them, they couldn't even hear them. So we did market research and we found that hearing aids online or on the web, like Jabra for example, cost thousands to $2,000, and usually insurance covers that. But how is an elderly person with no family, no insurance supposed to pay that? That's why we got a $10,000 funding from an organization called Lead for Change to start these hearing aids that are not only cheap but they're AI powered. So you could first of all talk to them in one language, and it will translate them to another language with the app. And you could also like see our website at uscapes.ai. And right now, we're still in the working process or in the working phase with getting a partnership with Microsoft, as they are pretty interested in funding and partnering with us. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that talk, Anshuman. I think that was incredibly insightful on the realities of healthcare. And I'll give it off to my co-founder, Kaveen, to read a Q&A question if we have any.
So we have one Q&A question that I want to quickly go over before we go to the next talk. So once again, a question from Stephen. There are many solutions and attempts to solve the mental health problems in schooling systems. What do you think about them and what do you think is the most efficient?
Yeah, so personally, I kind of like them, but I also despise them. I'm like 50-50 on it because the medical health problems at schools, they're really inefficient because if you look at statistical data, more than 50% of like students have mental health issues, and there's so many counselors there are at school, right? How can one person handle so much being? And these counselors at the schools, they barely give enough time to even listen to one or even understand where they're coming from. So because of this, uh, I think it can be better, as right now it's not really that good. Actually, a major thing is before getting a mental illness, I've actually partnered with a company called Contemplate. This company basically uh, has a course online. You can check us out at contemplate.ai. It basically finds ways to overall prevent depression, prevent mental illnesses through like finding yourself and overall understanding the world. Basically, this app that I've partnered with and I'm currently working with prevents mental illnesses and prevents depression. So I would probably use that, and I think overall that's a really good question, and I feel like schooling and mental health institutions can do better.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
perfect.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anshuman. That
Yeah,
was a great talk, very insightful. Um, I think it really shed some light on the mental health industry and also the health industry in general.
yeah.
But I think it's now time to move on to our next talk, Nikki Kotapalli, who will give her talk titled as the algorithm said so, when convenience becomes costly.
Okay. Hello, Nikki. I don't know if your audio is there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so me and Arnav are gonna go off camera, so you can just start whenever you're ready. We're still unable to hear you. I don't know if it might be an input volume problem or something. No, we are still not able to hear you. Okay, what we'll do is if the next speaker is ready, Sri Harsha, we can move on to that and then circle back around after, if that works for you. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and add you to the stage. Here we go. You can also start whenever you're ready. You'll have the full 10 minutes until 11:10 and then 11:15 for Q&A. You can start whenever you're ready. Is your camera working?
Hey, Gabe.
Oh, okay, perfectly.
Hey,
Okay, thank you.
thank you so much for the opportunity, Kevin and Arnav. Cool. I'm just trying to figure out if I could just present or share the screen. One second. Cool. Just to confirm, are you able to see my screen right now?
Yes, we are, and is displayed.
Perfect. 1 second. Cool. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sri Harsha. I'm a senior engineer at Meta. And today I'm going to share a research that sits at the intersection of, AI, immersive technology, and human learning. So the title of this talk, Enhancing Human Performance Through Real-Time AI Feedback and Adaptive Learning, captures what I believe is one of the most important opportunities in professional training today. So we have extraordinarily powerful technologies these days, right? So large language models that can simulate human conversation, virtual reality systems that create immersive experiences, and adaptive algorithms that personalize learning. But there is a bigger problem here. So these technologies have largely developed in isolation. So what I'm presenting today is an integrated framework for next generation clinical training that is grounded in a systematic review of 165 studies that we have made and informed by patented system architecture that I have co-developed with one of my friends. So this isn't a speculative design, I would say. It's evidence-based integration. So by the end of this session, what you'll understand is the current fragmentation in AI-enabled training, why integration matters, and how a unified architectural approach can dramatically improve outcomes. So let's dive into it. So what's the challenge? So before we discuss the solutions, we need to understand the problem we are solving, right? So think of this as a slide, as a diagnostic report. There are 5 critical barriers that are systematic review identified in modern clinical education. The first one is going to be the systematic fragmentation. So this is perhaps the most surprising finding. We reviewed 165 studies on AI-enabled clinical training systems. 67%, which is almost like two-thirds, focused on a single technological approach. So researchers are building sophisticated VR systems or intelligent chatbots or adaptive algorithms, but rarely combining them. We have these ingredients for a transformative training system, but we are cooking them in separate kitchens, So the clinical safety risks, that would be the second one. Here's a statistic that should concern anyone in healthcare education. Around 12 to 15% of content generated by the standard LLMs, in medical context contains factual errors. These aren't minor mistakes, right? So they include incorrect symptoms, wrong treatments, flawed disease processes. So LLM based virtual patients sound confident and natural, but without grounding in validated medical knowledge, they can teach learners incorrect information. So, especially in healthcare, that's not just an inconvenience, but it's patient safety issue, right? So that's the second thing. And coming to the knowledge gap, AI and immersive technologies are typically used independently. You might practice a procedure in VR with a scripted scenario or something as such, then separately have a conversation with an AI patient. But real clinical practice is not the same, right? So diagnosis, communication, and procedures happen simultaneously and dynamically. So that's the knowledge gap. And coming to the limited adaptability, most VR and AR systems, so around like 9 out of 11 we reviewed in the depth, rely on pre-scripted scenarios. They look impressive, they feel immersive, but they can't adapt. So if a learner makes an unexpected decision, the system can't respond intelligently. The scenario plays out the same way regardless of learner's behavior, reducing the realism of education value there. And the fifth is the assessment limitations. Current evaluation frameworks focus on a discrete competency in isolation. So, test procedural skills, assessment communications are there, but the actual clinical practices require integrating knowledge, skills, reasoning, communication, and professionalism simultaneously. So our assessment tool don't reflect this complexity. These five areas together define why we need a fundamentally different approach, not incremental improvements, but architectural integration. So let me give you the evidence base for what I have just described. We conducted a systematic review spanning from 2022 to 2026, 4 years of the most recent research. We searched SciSpace for peer-reviewed journals, Google Scholar for conference proceedings, and other latest AI preprints. Okay, from the initial 646 publications or something, we ultimately analyzed 165 relevant studies in depth, with 30 receiving detailed architectural analysis. So here's what each technology category is demonstrated. So first thing is LLM virtual patients. So around 6 studies with 247 total participants is what we came up with this numbers. Okay. The good news is 85% contextual relevance. So these systems generate responses that make sense in the conversation. The concerning news, 15% contain factual errors. So that's what we observed across these studies, 6 studies here. So going to the second one, immersive AR VR. So 11 studies with around 438 participants. The strong results are like 40% better skill retention compared to traditional training, and 35% faster learning curves. And VR works for procedural skills. So the evidence is robust here, right? And the third one comes with graph augmented AI. Only 2 studies in this criteria. It's an emerging area, but the results are striking, by grounding LLMs in structured knowledge paths, the researchers achieved 73% in factual errors. So this directly addresses the hallucination problem. And going to the adaptive learning, I think it was 5 studies with 280-ish participants. Personalized pacing reduced time to complexity by 30%. Systems that adapt to individual learner needs significantly outperform one size fits all approach. And the last one, performance evaluation. 4 studies with around like 170-ish participants. So that's AI based assessment, which achieved 78% agreement with expert human raters for communication skill evaluation. Automated assessment is becoming viable, right? So now look, if you look at the bottom of the slide, there's still a critical integration gap. Despite all this promising individual technology, only 7% of studies integrated 3 or more complementary technologies. So 7% it's just 7%, right? So we are in a integration paradox, I would say. So each component works, but almost no one is combining them. That's the gap our framework addresses. So going to the next slide. So now let's talk about one of the most powerful shifts enabled by AI, moving from endpoint evaluation to continuous micro assessment. So what do we mean by continuous micro assessment here? So using temporal AI models, we can track skill development constantly and consistently, not just at a significant checkpoints or something. So the system identifies uh, when is skill acquisition happening rapidly, when has the learner plateaued, uh, when are previously acquired skills starting to decay. So this would help with immediate correction, right? Immediate correction prevents the reinforcement of incorrect behaviors. Instead of practicing a mistake 100 times before discovering it on the final exam, learners receive the guidance while the error is fresh, while correction is still neurologically easy, right? So that's what we meant by immediate correction here. And coming to the granular insights, these replace generic pass fail scores. Rather than you have failed the communication assessment, the system can say your empathetic responses decreased when patients became emotional, or you rush through information gathering in the third minute. So it is very descriptive there. So, and we also observed 73% decrease in failures comes from predictive modeling, identifying at-risk learners early and intervening before they fail. So is one of our main goals here, right? So in one study with 94 nursing students, predictive models achieved 82% accuracy in identifying who would struggle. The intervention group saw dramatic failure reduction, and 78% expert agreement rate demonstrated that AI assessment isn't just faster, it's reliable enough to supplement human evaluation. So the fundamental insight we got is feedback works best when it is immediate, specific, and continuous. So AI makes this possible at scale, is what we have discovered there. So our framework generally adapts across 5 dimensions simultaneously. One is like scenario, one the other one is difficulty level, feedback depth, environment pressure, remediation. So now if you look at the outcomes using these 5 dimensions that we are working in, 20-30% reduction in time to competency is what we have observed, because personalized learning isn't just nicer, it's faster. Learners reach the same competency level significantly sooner. And the second one is like 73% decrease in failure rates through predictive modeling and early intervention. The study with 67 medical students showed that adaptive tutoring using reinforcement learning achieved 18% greater improvement in clinical reasoning compared to other static materials. So, and the third one, and the equity finding at the bottom, lower performing students benefited most, suggesting personalized training reduces performance disparities. Adaptive learning isn't just about optimization for top performance. Its greatest impact is supporting struggling learners. The traditional one size fits all approach failed. So the third compatibility or capability that we would like to discuss about here is immersive technology, VR and AR, which enables something traditional education cannot. Experiential learning for high stakes situations you can't safely practice in real world, right? So I'll give you evidence here, right? Across 11 studies with 400 plus participants, like I mentioned earlier, we have seen like 20 to 25 to 40% better retention, that 20 to 35% faster learning, 15 to 45% fewer errors. Now, look at the implementation modules on the right. We have this haptic feedback system, AR, and anatomical visualization and team-based simulations. So the evidence for VR, AR is robust. The limitation isn't the technology effectiveness. It's the most systems are static, pre-scripted, and unable to respond intelligently. That's where integration with AI becomes essential here. Now, we come to what I consider the most safety critical component, graph augmented LLMs. So the biggest problem, hallucination. I mentioned earlier that 12 to 15% of standard LLM medical content contains factual errors. So I'll explain why. LLMs are trained on statistical patterns in language, right? So they learn what words typically follow the other words. They don't have a model of medical truth. They have a model of medical sounding knowledge. Sounding language. So they cannot generate text that sounds completely authoritative while being medically incorrect. So the solution, graph constraints. So RAG, paired with structural medical knowledge graphs. Here's why I think it works. It queries validated medical knowledge graphs like SNOMED CT, and also it retrieves the relevant subgraphs. It constrains the LLM generation to be consistent with validated knowledge. And the output is clinically accurate, not just clinically plausible. So if you look at the numbers, 73% reduction in factual errors compared to standalone LLM generation. This comes from a MedCT study, which built a clinical terminology graph with over 400K medical terms and 2 million relationship. So the multi-agent architecture separates these responsibilities. And the multi-agents that we have here are patient agent, clinical knowledge agent, scenario agent, and evaluation agent. So by separating these functions, we have natural conversation and clinical accuracy. So the code at the bottom captures it. By grounding generative AI in structured knowledge graphs, we transform probabilistic language models into clinically reliable simulation engines. So coming to the next slide, now let's address the integration paradox directly. So at the left panel, if you see the integration paradox, 67% of the research focuses on single techniques and only 7% integrate 3 or more technologies together. But when researchers try to integrate these, the results are striking. Let me walk you through 3 case studies for our review. So the CLI VR is AI-powered conversational patients placed inside VR environments. The result is high engagement and realistic clinical scores. So nurse practitioner training. VR simulation combined with LLM dialogue for primary care training, patient histories, physical exams, etc., has resulted in 26% accuracy in clinical assessment. And the third one, graph augmented AI knowledge graphs combined with LLM resulted in 73% reduction in errors in factual hallucination. The value proposition at the bottom summarizes it, right? So integrated systems provide greater clinical safety, realism, and multidimensional assessment capabilities than any single technology alone. So now let me present you the architecture solution. 4 components designed to work together in a closed loop system. If you notice the circular arrow at the center, this represents bidirectional data flow. These aren't 4 separate modules that happen to coexist. They are designed for continuous communication. First component being the graph augmented LLM engine, which has all the medical knowledge, RAG generation constraints, and multi-agent architecture. This addresses the gap of 12 to 15% factual errors. Coming to the second component, which is immersive interface layer, which consists of all the AR, VR, multimodal interaction, and real-time interaction capture. The gap being addressed in this component is it adds intelligence to pre-scripted VR scenarios instead of static playback. The third one is adaptive learning module. So this is the guide personalizing the journey, right? So multi-dimensional personalization across scenarios, comprehensive learner modeling, and dynamic scenario orchestration. So what we are trying to address the gap here is it moves beyond single variable difficulty adjustment to comprehensive personalization based on the scenario there. And last but not least, the final component, performance evaluation system. So it provides continuous assessment. So the dimensions we talk here are knowledge, procedural skills, clinical reasoning, communication, and professionalism. Continuous microassessment versus endpoint only testing is what the main goal here is. And what the gap is that is being addressed in this component is it provides holistic view versus discrete endpoint assessment. So now a framework this comprehensive might seem overwhelming to implement. That's why modularity is a core design principle we came up with. You don't have to build everything at once. Each stage provides independent educational value. Like the stage one is clinically grounded dialogue. Second one is immersive interaction. Third one, adaptive personalization. Fourth one is complete evaluation. The scalability note is very important at the bottom. Cloud-based infrastructure and consumer-grade hardware makes this cost-effective. We are not only talking about 50K simulators. We are talking about $1,000 VR setups that match those outcomes. So I want to completely be transparent about the state of evidence, right? So this slide distinguishes between what we know versus what we hypothesize. So validated components, which are the wins in my perspective, are the VR AR effectiveness. So that gives us 40% retention improvement. The graph augmented accuracy that reduces the errors by 73%, and adaptive efficiency, which is 30% faster. But there are still some unknowns, unanswered questions that talks about integration synergy, long-term retention, and real-world transfer. So this is not a solved problem, I would say. This is a research-informed framework that addresses known gaps, and we are transparent about what still needs validation. That intellectual honesty is essential for responsible AI deployment, right? So, yep. So this is our path moving forward. Three phase roadmap where it takes at least 1 year for developing an actual proof of concept, and for systematic integration, it could take anywhere from 1 to 2 years. And the standardization of this POC would be taking around a little over 2 years. This is what we anticipate here. So thank you for your attention today. To summarize, we have discussed about or reviewed about 165 studies and a found paradox about it. And we discussed about the framework that I have presented addresses 5 critical gaps. And the components are validated. The integration is hypothesized but research informed. So the path forward requires proof of concept implementation, rigorous trails, and honest assessment of what works. I'm very interested in collaboration with researchers who want to validate these approaches, with institutions interested in pilot implementation, with AI engineers working on related problems, and with clinicians who can ensure educational relevance. So my email is on the screen. I'm happy to take questions now, and feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Yeah, so Sri Harsha, great talk. I think you got really deep into the technical aspects of the architecture and stuff. But I actually myself have a question about your talk. So I was wondering, for your LLMs architecture, what type of architecture did you use for that? Did you use LSTM, CNN, or like just standard transformer based architecture?
Yeah, it's a standard transformer based one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And can you tell
We're
me
still
like some of
evaluating on the best practices to get the proper outputs, but like I mentioned, we are still validating the best approaches and best models to best
yeah,
technical architecture to put into these LLMs there.
yeah,
So that's where the POC takes like 1 year. We just want to
yeah,
do it
exactly.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's good. I think Kaveen can handle it from now.
Okay. So I've added first there were a few comments, but I've added his email in the chat. So if you do have any questions, please refer to that. And next we're gonna circle back and do Nikki's talk from I believe 11:20 and then until 11:25 until 11:40. Okay, thank you, Sri Harsha.
Yeah.
I think your audio Okay, sorry, I had some technical difficulties of my own. Arnav, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. I think what we'll do is we'll just move on like regular and see if we can come back to her again.
Yeah.
So, Daria, I think then we can just go straight to your talk if that's good with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. So we're just gonna take ourselves off the screen and then you can
Yeah.
you're ready.
Hey, can you see my screen? Yeah, can you see it? Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm Daria. I'm 15 years old. I'm a TKS innovator. I'm part of the best innovators program in the world where I learn real world skills and build my own project. I'm also a content creator. I have over 7,000 followers across all my social media platforms. I post daily content and something related to beauty and lifestyle. And apart from that, I'm a youth researcher in AI and independent thinking. So the main question for me always was, do we become dumber by constantly using AI? But if better phrase this question, it would sound like this. How can humans keep their ability to think, create, and solve problems in a world where AI can do everything for us? And exactly from those questions, my TKS journey began. The first step towards building my project was exploring. TKS taught me how curiosity and asking right questions may lead to creating something really meaningful. I started Googling everywhere and even asking ChatGPT, are there any cool companies working on what I explore? Are there any articles and playbooks in this field? Is there a solution to a problem I want to solve? And how can humans can live in the world full of AI and not be affected by it and save human ability to think, to create, to solve while using AI tools? And it turned out that there is no solution for this problem. This is a problem I'm facing every day, to be honest. For example, when I want to write essays or come up with creative ideas, my brain just thinks maybe it's easier to go to ChatGPT and just get a ready answer. I'm sure many of you face this sometimes. So my journey started to just diving deeper in that problem and understanding what's actually going on. So I wrote my first article about it. If you're curious, you can check it by scanning this QR code. So in this article, I explored what is cognitive offloading. Basically, in short words, it means delegating your thoughts to a machine, and how multi-billion companies use our laziness to make millions and billions of money. For example, our favorite social medias as Instagram or TikTok, where you don't have to look for the videos, you're provided with a ready for you page. Or Gemini and ChatGPT, where you're basically getting ready answer within the seconds to any question you have. So my main insight from writing that article wasn't that we become lazier or dumber. It was that all we know is just 1% of this problem. It's a completely new field, nobody really exploring, because many people write how AI replaces jobs, but nobody really says how AI replacing our minds. So I decided to not just explore, but take action towards solving that problem. And what's the first step towards solving anything? Do you have any ideas? Maybe you can put in the chat. But as for me, I think to solve any problem, you have to first face that problem and realize that it actually exists. So I decided to identify that problem and simply writing this down on paper and be actually aware what is the problem? Is it even a problem? And most people now might not realize, is this even a problem? Is it an actual problem? So adding a completely new field, I didn't have enough data. I wanted to create a survey to collect that data for my research. And I created the survey and I failed because there were wrong tasks, just basic math questions, no logic, no motivation to do those tasks. It was really, really boring. So I improved my survey. I researched what type of tasks. Yeah, there were boring tasks, no logic, and no insights for a person who takes that test. So my second attempt was building that test. I researched what type of task can measure our human skills, measure how we can think creatively, and how we relate to AI. And it worked because by asking just basic math question wasn't just wrong, it was a wrong thing to focus on. And here's what I did next. I created that test that measures how AI influences you, how it measures the way you solve problems, the way you can organize your time, events, and even meals. And this test gives you you can get your score after it. You can get personalized advice and even tips based on your score. And more of that, you become aware of the problem. So users don't actually see, okay, this problem is this. They can actually see on themselves, okay, maybe I can improve and there is some space for growth. So you can check it out by scanning this QR code. Yeah. And after that, I want to show you more how my test looks. So let me show. Yeah, so this is how AI influence task looks. As you can see, there are 5 tasks: Sudoku logic puzzle, meal planning challenge, creative thinking task, event organization task, and problem solving challenge. Starting from this is an easy task as it might seem. You don't need to use AI in this test, and basically you can see that you can answer this question, how you feel about this answer, are you confident, are you not. Next task is a bit harder, but I guess it's more interesting. It's related to meal planning challenge. Imagine you have to plan 3 days what to eat, and it has to be healthy, balanced, and within the budget. It would be easier to just ask AI to create that plan, and you'll get an answer within seconds. But when you try to do that yourself, it's really, really hard. So we can use AI in this task, and we can say yes. We can go to ChatGPT, for example, and then ask this question, okay, here's the task we're doing, here are the instructions, please help. So yeah, I guess less than 5 seconds we got an answer, and we can just simply copy paste that. But if you want, you can just do yourself, but it would take much more time. And based on like the time you spend, your score also like evaluates the time you spend on each task, like the effectiveness of the task. So for example, we can write their eggs omelet and fill out everything later. Yeah, I'm not that confident in this answer. I guess like 70. So after that, there is a different tab that really that you can see there's more based like on creativity. Honestly, this is my favorite task because we have to list their 10 creative uses for a paper clip. You can also use AI to help you or do yourself. After that, we move to the next question. It's event organization challenge. Imagine you're an event maker and you have to organize an event where you have to plan, where you have to plan your money, budget, resources, where you have to promote it and even create an execution plan. You can do it yourself, or whether you can do it with AI help. Oh, sorry. So, yeah, where is the test? After that, we can go back to our presentation. Yeah, but I would love to. Sorry. The test just disappeared. Okay. After that test, you get really lots of data based on what your answers, what you said, and you get even some tips. So yeah, here's the AI influence test. There's an article I wrote about it, and you can check the data you get after it. So I might find that article and I want to show it to you. So yeah. Yeah, here it is. And also I didn't show you, but this is the answer you get after you complete that test. So as you can see, there is like AI influence index, cognitive load relief, creativity, originality, problem solving. And you get so much data. So even after that, there are tasks. The final task that I also didn't show you is a cognitive research survey where you have to find a solution for real problem. For example, it's related to air pollution. You have to find 3 solutions to that problem. What can humans do in order to solve that problem? And we can go back to our presentation. So yeah, we took a look. So to sum up, what I'm not saying like to stop using AI and to just go and delete ChatGPT. I really want to say that we can shape a future where AI makes us better, not weaker. A future where we don't outsource our minds, but augment them. And this test is just the first step towards bigger goal, building that generation that thinks independently, even in a world where thinking is optional. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Here's my LinkedIn. Let's connect.
Okay, perfect. So there is one question in the chat from Rex Griffin. You talked a bit on different impacts of AI, so balancing out strengths and limitations. Do you always think it's more positive, negative, or continually changing? Just what's your perspective on the topic?
Oh yeah, this is such an excellent question. So as for me, I guess it's more positive than negative because people have more opportunities than ever in the world before. They can build businesses, they can build their own companies just by talking to AI. And I guess it's really depends on person because everyone uses AI differently. Everyone has a different perspective, whether to just do their homework or maybe understand what's actually going on behind the task and how to improve that skill.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Daria.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
So next is we're finally going to get to Nikki. Sorry for all the technical difficulties, but this will be from just 11:40 to 11:50 and then 5 minutes for Q&A. So I think everything should be working now.
All right, you can hear me now, right?
Yes. Okay.
Okay,
Perfect.
I'm so sorry, everyone. Thanks so much, EnviroCast, for being so flexible with this. Greatly appreciate it. So yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. Hope you all are doing good today. I'm Nikki Kothapalli, and I'm the founder and executive director of Apply IT, based in Houston, Texas. And today I want to address the culture we have around the algorithm said so when convenience becomes costly. So I watched my little cousin, she's a 3rd grader. She typed a question to ChatGPT for a science project. She asked, why do volcanoes erupt? And instantly, the screen filled with a neat, well-written paragraph. She read it, copied it into her report, and turned it in. No checking sources, no questioning, and no thinking. A few weeks later, my parents were sitting at the kitchen table, worried about a cough and a sore throat, typing symptoms into an AI medical assistant. Within seconds, they were scrolling through a list of possibilities, some trivial, some serious, and making decisions based on what a machine said. And in those moments, I realized that something fundamental has changed in our society. We're increasingly deferring to AI. It sounds harmless, efficient even, and we hear versions of it everywhere. A recommendation, a risk score, a ranking, a flag. And most of the time, we accept it without a second thought, not because we're convinced, but because it's convenient. Convenience is the real reason AI has spread so quickly into our lives. It saves time, it reduces friction, and it gives us an answer without forcing us to sit with uncertainty. And slowly, almost without noticing, we begin to trust the output more than our own judgment. And that is how the culture begins. It's like cold beforehand, decisions about job for people who might not have a few years ago, across the United States, AI systems to decide which parent patient should on paper made sense. The system predicted is looking at past more money spent and seemingly objective. But when researchers looked closer, they found that Black patients were being underestimated by more than 50%. not because they were healthier, but because they had historically received less care. The algorithm didn't ask why the data looked the way it did, it just learned the pattern and moved on. When doctors followed this recommendation, they weren't acting out of a personal bias. They were deferring to the system that was given to them. After all, the algorithm said so. And this is what our relationship with AI increasingly looks like over time. We aren't handing over decisions because we believe that machines are wiser than humans. We do it because it's just easier for us, because responsibility feels lighter when it's shared with this system. If something goes wrong, there's always somewhere to point and someone to blame. And that's where the real danger begins. When a human makes a bad decision, you can question them. You can ask for an explanation, appeal the outcome, or demand accountability. When a system makes that decision, especially one wrapped in technical language and statistics, accountability becomes very blurry. Engineers can point to the data, institutions can point to the model, and the person affected is left with a number and no explanation. For people with power, that inconvenience can often be overcome, but for marginalized communities, it can be final. We see this across hiring systems, lending algorithms, content moderation tools, and surveillance technologies. Research from MIT and Stanford has shown that facial recognition systems are significantly less accurate for women with darker skin tones than for white men. In some cases, the error rates are dozens of times higher, yet these systems are still deployed because they're fast, scalable, and cheaper than human review. When the system flags someone incorrectly, it's tempting to treat that error as a technical glitch. But for the person on the receiving end, the consequences are very real. Being denied an opportunity, being misidentified, being filtered out without explanation. Once again, the algorithm said so. What's happening isn't that the AI is becoming too intelligent, it's that we're becoming too comfortable stepping back. AI changes power long before it changes its own intelligence, and before machines feel smart, they start to shape who gets access, who gets scrutiny, and who gets ignored. And because these systems speak in probabilities and confidence scores, we trust them even when we don't fully understand them. A big part of the problem is honestly our obsession with optimization. AI is incredibly good at optimization and maximizing metrics, but metrics are poor stand-ins for our own human values. Accuracy is not going to guarantee fairness. Efficiency is not going to guarantee justice. When we optimize the wrong objective, we don't get a slightly flawed outcome. We get a system that works perfectly towards something we never even meant to prioritize. And the cost of that convenience isn't even shared equally. Marginalized communities are often underrepresented in training data, overrepresented in monitoring and enforcement, and least able to challenge these automated decisions. When humans step back, systems don't become neutral. They inherit existing inequalities and scale them quietly. So the biggest risk of AI isn't that it's going to replace our human judgment, it's that we're going to stop exercising it. We're going to let convenience override curiosity in the future, and we accept outputs without asking how they were produced or who they might leave out. We allow the algorithm said so to become the end of this conversation. Now, accountability isn't a philosophical concept right now, right? It's practical. It shapes whose opportunities grow and whose futures are constrained. Imagine a lending algorithm that automatically denies credit applications based on historical repayment patterns. On paper, it's going to look like numbers, but for a young entrepreneur in a marginalized community, that denial can mean the difference between starting a business or never having the chance at all. And if no one is actively questioning this model, right, that opportunity is just silently erased. That's the real power AI holds and the real responsibility that we as a society must take. So when we're designing accountable AI, it doesn't mean we have to slow down this innovation, right? It doesn't mean we're going to halt the experimentation that we have. It means we're going to be building mechanisms that can make these mistakes visible with every step of the way. And we want to make sure that voices are heard and assumptions are challenged. We want to create systems that can explain themselves and not just assert. For example, models that indicate when their predictions are uncertain, or dashboards that can highlight groups that they're missing data from, that would help us so much, right? And simple shifts like this would transform AI from this invisible arbiter into a tool that humans can collaborate with thoughtfully. So AI here is a tool for us, and we want to be working side by side so that we can optimize things, we can make things better, and we can serve our people. So the other side of this, right, is inclusion. Accountability is incomplete if the people most affected by decisions aren't a part of this process. So marginalized communities, as I mentioned earlier, are historically excluded from the design table, and they must have a voice in shaping AI that touches their lives. They don't want advocates like us for them. They want participation. They want to sit at the table. And when we're able to embed their perspectives, AI is going to be more than efficient. It's going to be fairer, more resilient, and genuinely capable of serving society. So, as someone greatly interested in AI for humanity, the future of AI is not going to be written by machines. It will be written by us, by the choices we make, the questions we ask, and the attention we give to consequences that are otherwise easy to ignore. The algorithm doesn't inherently know what's right because we're the ones that are giving it to them. It only reflects the priorities and blind spots of the people guiding it. If we want technology to amplify this human potential instead of reproducing human inequities, we cannot outsource responsibility, and we cannot stop asking questions. Because once we do, the algorithm isn't just going to make decisions for us, it decides whose voices are heard and whose are left behind. And that choice is going to define the world that we all live in. Thank you, and I'll be taking questions now.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki. I think that was a great talk. I know there were some technical difficulties, but it was for the best because you managed to convey that talk. And I'm going to be looking at the chat for some questions. Kaveen, can you take the questions?
Yeah, I don't see any questions, but I think they'll be coming in shortly. I'll just wait a few minutes.
Okay, I know I did end a little earlier than expected, but I think it's best to recover that time with the technical difficulties. So thank you again for understanding, and I'm so sorry, everyone.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, I do see a question from Ethan Hatif. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Can you tell us a bit about Apply IT Inc.?
Oh, sure. So I am the founder and executive director of Apply IT INC, and essentially we try to combat the digital divide in our community. In the very diverse community of Houston, Texas, which is where I'm based, we are the fourth most diverse city in the whole country. So that means we have a lot of immigrant businesses and honestly very unique businesses. So what happens when these businesses don't have the resources to advocate for themselves and bridge the digital divide? We want to bring it to them. So the name Apply It or Apply IT essentially comes from students being able to apply their computer science, media, and business skills to our own community, and we're able to build websites and podcasts for them. Essentially, we have an outreach of 10.4 thousand people in Houston, which is very nice. And it's great that we're able to advocate for these small businesses and help them get a leg up, especially with big box stores and corporations taking over local businesses in many communities. That also comes with the gentrification of our society. And yeah, if you want to check us out, we actually do have a website. I think all you have to do is search us up. We were recently named a United Nations accredited organization. So yeah, it's really cool because we get to go to different forums. If you'd like to get involved, you can get involved if you're not in Houston still. Just send us an email and we're able to put you on a team. But yeah, thank you for your interest.
We have a follow-up, I guess, also
Yeah.
from Ethan. What are ways to enhance businesses specifically? Anything specifically your processes in terms of improving or working with businesses or companies?
That's a great question. So essentially when you're working, when you think about being in the business owner's shoes, you want to try to expand your customer base as much as possible without losing your own quality. So for example, if you have a small base or just a base that is stagnant, so you don't have any new people coming in or going out, you're not going to see a lot of growth in your business. So what you want to do is you want to try to get online. Social media is honestly a great way to be out there. And the thing is, when you're working with, for example, immigrant-owned businesses or people that are very traditional in that sense, we're trying to work with people who are trying to expand, but at the same time aren't sure how to use the resources they have to expand. So a lot of that comes with being in a very technical age, digital development, and in terms of improving businesses and companies. Okay, my process. I think we are very digital based since we're trying to use SEO optimization, building websites and coding them. Our whole purpose is kind of using computer science for social good. And to enhance business specifically, I'd say digital outreach is such a huge part of today's time. Yeah, thank you for your follow-up.
Okay. Are there any other questions
Yeah.
from anyone in the chat?
Yeah, we can post your LinkedIn in the chat if anyone wants to connect and
Okay.
actually ask questions to you
I
in
can
person
get
as well.
that.
Oh yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, I'll put this. Okay, we've put your LinkedIn in the chat. I think it is a bit early, but I think that was still great. And we were able to get through the technical difficulties. Thank you so much for this talk, and it
Yeah,
was very
thank you.
insightful.
Great, thank you for having me, Kevin and Arnav. You guys were amazing.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. So next, we will be going straight to our next speaker, who is Amir. Is Amir present? I believe I just saw him. He might have left a few seconds ago. You can wait a bit. I'll check with him really quickly. See Amir. Okay. If we need to, Asma, do you think we can go straight to your talk and then circle back around? Okay. Can see. Okay, I think hopefully that should be fine. Asma, do you think we can go ahead with it? Okay, great. Let me add you. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Let's see. So this will just be from 11:55 until 12:05, and then again 5 minutes for any Q&A. You can feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so hey guys, my name's Asma, and I actually wanted to start with a really simple question. Because what does real French sound like? When we think about French in technology, especially in AI systems, we often imagine clear grammar, clear pronunciation, probably like well-structured sentences, but that's really not how French is spoken in real life, because it's short, it's informal, it's full of slang, regional expression, and there's lots of code switching mixed with other languages. And this gap between real French and the French AI actually expects and generates an output is the main focus of my project. AI has made like impressive progress in NLP, which are natural language processing, and it can translate French text, summarize articles, and generate like pretty fluent responses. But this is only successful in news articles, essays, or official documents. The moment we move into informal or regional French, the performance drops noticeably, which isn't just a major limitation. It affects how people actually interact with technology every day. Voice assistants struggle with certain accents, translation tools lose their meanings, and informal speakers are misunderstood or ignored. So, this really isn't a technical issue, it's a human issue, which led me to my central question. Why does AI struggle so much with informal and regional French? And what does that reveal about how these systems are built? So, my project explores this by deliberately stepping away from textbook French. So, instead of testing AI on formal sentences, I used informal spoken French and slang, which is called verlan in French. I then analyzed how AI models respond, where the meaning is lost, where the interpretations fail, and where literal translation replaces work. Modern AI systems are based on large language models, LLMs. Despite how fluent they sound, these systems do not understand the language like we humans do. So, in terms of computer science, they break the text into tokens, and those tokens are used to convert them into representations called embeddings, and using probability to predict the most likely next token based on patterns learned from training data. So the model, when it's being trained, it does not ask, what does the speaker mean? It's asking, what word is statistically most likely to come next? And the distinction is crucial. This explains why AI performs reasonably well at semantic analysis, but poorly at pragmatic analysis. Let me explain. Semantic analysis focuses on the literal meaning. So the words, the definitions, and the grammar, as well as sentence structure. For example, an formal sentence like Je suis très fatigué aujourd'hui, AI performs really well because the meaning is really explicit, it's clear, and it's standard. But in informal French, take the phrase Je suis claqué, which means I'm exhausted. The semantic meaning of the word claqué has so many different variations. So the AI often defaults to the most literal or the most statistically common interpretation and fails entirely because it doesn't understand it based on the context the word has been saying. So while semantic understanding exists, it's fragile and it's really dependent on standard input. The deeper problem lies within its pragmatics. So, pragmatics is about the meaning beyond the words, speaker's intention, the social context, the cultural knowledge, the implications. So, say for example, the phrase cheso, depending on the context, can mean it's difficult or it's risky, it's impressive or it's awkward. For AI, it's really difficult because pragmatic meaning is not explicitly encoded within the text. So the model has no real world understanding or grounding, no social awareness or no social awareness of context, no understanding who is speaking or why it's been said. These limitations become even clearer with regional and mixed French. French is spoken across many regions: Europe, Africa, North America, and beyond. It adapts everywhere. Quebec French, North African French, and urban French in all France contain vocabulary, syntax, code switching that differ from the real standard French. When AI encounters mixed language sentences, it often misclassifies the language, loses the emotional meaning, or treats the input as grammatically broken. Technically, this happens because the training data underrepresents code switching. Token embeddings overlap across languages, and models assume linguistic consistency. So, in other words, AI systems are optimized for clean input, not real human speech, which leads to another important issue in computer science: the training data bias. Most AI language models are trained on data that is written, edited, formal, and produced by institutions, like renowned institutions. As a result, the modern learns the implicit rule. Correct language looks like this. Anything outside that distribution, slang, informal speech, or regional expressions is treated as noise or error, like background noise. So, informal and regional French are not misunderstood because they're unclear. It's because they're statistically marginalized due to the training set that the model has received. What my project shows is that AI failure is not random. There's a clear pattern: strong performance on formal language, weaker semantic accuracy on formal input, and near total failure in pragmatic understanding. So, understanding beyond the word's context. This tells us something important. Current AI systems are language predictors, not language understanders. Why does this matter? Because language is identity. If AI systems only understood standardized French, they indirectly exclude millions of speakers whose French does not fit in that norm: youth communities, regional speakers, and francophone cultures outside of France. As AI becomes more embedded into daily life, this issue is only going to grow. It's not going to reduce. So, from a computer science perspective, this raises key questions. How do we computationally model pragmatics? How do we represent cultural context of the data? And how do we avoid reinforcing linguistic hierarchies through technology? To conclude, my project argues that improving AI language understanding is not just about larger models or more data, it's about better representation. French is not one language experience, it's many voices, many regions, and many realities. If AI is really meant to understand humans, it must understand how we actually speak. Thank you.
Perfect. That was just at 12. There is still, I think, about 10 minutes for Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, I see one in the chat. We can do
Thank
some
you.
Q&A. Yeah. So we have Stephen. He's asked, Besides, I think besides from language transition or meanings, is there any other expansions or utilizations of this type of technology, algorithms, or analysis?
Yes, of course. Of course there are. This is for analyzing language, there's a certain procedure that the computer has to follow. Semantic analysis, pragmatic analysis, data analysis. You can use this in many different fields. For example, economics. Say, for example, you have the stock market. It can be used to predict like stock crashes, market failures, or you can have other things like analyzing data sets. For example, data sets from Kaggle. You have Kaggle data sets, and you can use this field to analyze and predict future trends. This kind of technology is just basic machine learning, which can be implemented in different ways depending on what you actually want to use it for. So, yeah, there are lots of different like utilizations of this type of algorithm.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions in the chat? Does anyone else have any questions? Let's see. Can wait for about a few more minutes if anyone's still typing it, I think.
Yeah.
I see. Oh, I see
Yeah, I
one
see
more
a question.
Okay, from Ethan. Any general thoughts on NLP, natural language processing, being used more often, and any limitations needing to be concerned?
Well, that's actually a really important question because NLP is definitely being used more often in customer service, chatbots, and translation tools, voice assistants, and education platforms, actually, even healthcare systems and legal document processing. But there are some limitations that we should actually take into consideration. Firstly, bias in training data because NLP systems are trained on large data sets that often overrepresent dominant languages or standardized forms. This means like minority dialects and informal speeches, regional variations like the ones that I discussed in my presentations are usually underrepresented. So certain communities may systematically just be misunderstood. Secondly, lack of true and contextual pragmatic understanding because there can be strong semantic pattern recognition, but they do not usually understand the intent, the tone, or the cultural nuance, which becomes a problem in sensitive areas like mental health support, legal interpretation, or maybe even cross cultural communication, which is really hard. And I also think there's a problem with over reliance and automation risk because NLP is like a newly developing program. And as these tools become more fluent, people may assume that they are more accurate than they really are represented. But there are still probabilistic models that they predict likely text or they don't verify the truth or fully grasp the meaning. And finally, there's an issue of representation and linguistic inequality. Because if NLP systems can only perform well in standardized language, they may unintentionally reinforce the idea that certain ways of speaking are more valid or credible than other ways. So even though like NLP is upcoming, it's exciting and powerful, there are certain limitations that we need to understand, especially in terms of like cultural bias and underrepresentation of the language itself.
Okay, perfect. We have one final question.
Yeah, I think there's questions from Ninja right here, I think. It says, in terms of legislation, do you think there's anything that can be done by federal/local governments to use AI and assist citizens with language barriers?
Yeah, I do think that federal and local governments can play a major role in using AI to reduce language barriers. Like, for example, governments could implement public sector multilingual AI systems for essential services like healthcare, legal aid, or immigration offices and education, because the AI powered translation tools could really help citizens in all different forms and to understand official documents or communicate basic needs more easily. However, legislation should ensure that AI is used as a support tool, not as a replacement, which is really, really important for human interpreters. Because in high stakes situations like medical decisions or legal proceedings, like emergency case scenarios, accuracy and nuance are often critical, so it cannot be considered as a replacement for human interpreters. Secondly, governments could require inclusive training data standards, which means ensuring that AI could be used in public services are trained on different dialects, regional variations, and minority language, not just the standardized or dominant forms, because that would directly address some of the bias that I answered in my previous question. And lastly, transparency is really, really important because citizens should know when they are interacting with AI, what its limitations are, and how their data is being used. Because AI, unfortunately, it fails. It's not really reliable, it's not consistent. And there should be some sort of accountability mechanisms because if say for example, if an AI system mistranslates critical information and causes harm or unintended damage, there needs to be a clear framework of responsibility and accountability. So to answer your question, yes, legislation can absolutely help AI assist citizens through language barriers, but it must be have a balance overall between fairness, the transparency, human oversight, and accessibility, and it must never be considered as a replacement for human translators.
Yeah, thank you. I think that was a very insightful talk. Kaveen, if you would like to take it from here.
Yeah. So now we're going to move to our next speaker, Mr. Amir Uzman, who is a specialist and a student researcher in terms of artificial intelligence and also biology. So, Amir, you can go ahead and take it away.
Hello everyone. Am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening everyone. Myself Amir Usman and today I wanted to talk something that will really define the future, like really define the new era of artificial intelligence, which is hybrid minds, like learning to build at the intersections. Because the world we are entering does not just reward isolating intelligence, like it rewards connected intelligence. Look at the challenges we are facing today, like nowadays, like for example climate change, ocean degradation, then biodiversity losses, extreme weather. This are not just separate headlines, they are connected systems. Like when temperature rises, the ocean gets warm, and when ocean gets warm, ecosystem collapses. And when ecosystem collapses, human stability weakens. The earth does not operate in systems. It operates in, sorry, the world do not operate in subjects. It operates in systems. Like it has proper pattern to where to start and where to give proper answers. Like for decades, we were trained to be specialized, like one subject, one discipline, and one narrow focus. And specialization is powerful. But here is the problem that real world challenges do not stay inside textbooks. The planet do not operate in chapters. It operates as network. When knowledge when knowledge stays divided, we create silos. Data exists but not integrated, and the solution exists but they are incomplete. And also experts, they are also exist but they remain disconnected. Innovation slows down, and not because we lack intelligence, but because we lack integrations. So what's the shift? We move from isolated experts to hybrid minds. A hybrid mind built at the intersections of fields, not inside one. The future will reward those who know the most. It will reward who connect the most. Like not just the specialists who go deeper and deeper into one narrow field, but to the people who have extra knowledge or who have enough knowledge to ask better questions about other fields and to recognize patterns about other fields. And hybrid mind develops expertise, like deep expertise in one domain, not and it does not stop there. It understands how other systems interact, and most importantly, they know how to connect them. A hybrid a hybrid mind does not ask how does this work, and like not just the fellow simple questions. It asks how does it connect. It will ask like what if my uh, my sector and your sector or your field gets connected. So for example, if I give about mine, then my future career would be in medicine. So if I am connecting medicine with artificial intelligence, then that is the intersection. And that intersection where I would be standing, it is hybrid thinking. And that question changes everything because connection creates innovation. Now, let's take an example. If we take the example of Elon Musk and SpaceX specifically, he uses reusable rockets. Well, like were not built by physics only. They required physics, artificial intelligence, engineering, and material science. Even like if even one of these things are missing, it should be failed. That breakthrough happened at the intersection, not inside a silos. Now, let's connect the GEO. So, if we take the theme of today, then satellites collect data like environmental data, and artificial intelligence detects pattern from that data. And after that pattern is recognized, biology helps us to get predictive result about that ecosystem. Like individually, they are powerful, and together they are transformative. They allow us to detect coral bleaching early and predict drought before the crisis, and monitoring deforestation in real life. We move from reacting to anticipating, and from observation to understanding, like predict, protect, and restore. We would be predicting the future. We would be protecting the future, and simultaneously we were restoring the future. So, how do we become hybrid mind? First, master one discipline deeply. That means you have to master one discipline. For example, in my case, it is medicine. Like to master the thing in which you want to pursue your career. And then secondly, stay curious about other connected systems. For example, uh, I am passionate about artificial intelligence. I used to explore many AI tools as possible and to learn workflows. Currently, I have created many workflows related to like businesses and many other web application for my own hotel and to run other businesses. And third, work on real world interdisciplinary problems, not just solving those problems who are like foolish. We would have to solve the real context problems, like the problems which are happening in real world and who are worth solving. And fourth, cooperate beyond your field. As I said, as I said, you have to also look sideways to to collaborate with other fields, like to have that enough knowledge to ask better questions about that particular field. And don't just collect the information, build bridges between ideas. That's where you would have different mindset, and that is how you learn how to build a intersection, like how to build at the intersection. The future does not belong to isolated experts or the people who go deeper and deeper into one narrow field. Now, in the future, it will belong to hybrid thinkers or hybrid minds, those who see systems, those who connect knowledge, and those who build at the intersection. And if we want to solve planetary challenges, that is the mindset we must develop. So that's where the idea of hybrid minds comes in, and that hybrid thinker is which I would be pursuing in couple of years. So thank you for giving me your precious time and having your attention, and thank you for having me here.
Absolutely. That was
Yeah.
a wonderful talk, and I think it covered a lot of great, important details.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So
Yeah. Thank you.
we still do have 7 more minutes, so we have a bit of time for Q&A. I see we have one in the
Sure.
chat from fellow speaker Lakshit Kumawit. How is the ecosystem's overall well-being impacted by technological innovations in the field of biology?
Yeah, sure. If I talk about technological impact upon the biology, then we have heard many cases on like coral bleaching and other environmental depletion, like the radiation which see, for example, artificial intelligence, right? So if we take the data centers who are working on water. So by that also, our environment is getting depleted or get degraded. The water which are used to cool the data centers by which we are using our AI capabilities. So that water is get depleted by our artificial intelligence.
Okay. I think. Oh yeah, there's another question from Ethan Hatif. Can if you could please pin that? Yes. So Ethan Hatif is asking a bit general, but what do you think is some of the most powerful applications of AI in biology, health slash medicine, and when do you think it's most reasonable to see those
I am unable
implemented?
to hear your voices. I think I have some network issues or something. I can't
Oh,
hear
okay.
the voices. Like,
Okay. Are you able to hear me right now?
yeah. Now I can. Now I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just read it then. He said a bit general question, but what do you think is some of the most powerful applications of AI in biology, health, and medicine? And when do you think it is reasonable to see those implemented?
Yeah, this is a very important question to be asked. Like, uh, there are most, if I talk about India, then it is still not implemented, but uh, for example, cancer diagnosis, like when we are analyzing the cancer data, AI is more predictive towards like to get future predictions, like that person is having a cancer or any other diseases. For example, recently I have read the article which is about neural or something. It says that artificial intelligence have now become in the field of neuroscience also. Like still that project is not implemented, but it will surely be implemented in couple of years. It generally talks about that uh, if, for example, like it's a type of machine which is used to get future predictions of the disease. Like we can get the future predictions of the diseases early than our doctors can diagnose it. So that's where the most powerful applications of AI can be seen in future years.
Okay, perfect. So we also have another question, kind of relating from Ninja. I
Yeah.
saw that you mentioned how crucial specialization of technology is in today's world. How would you envision that would be best implemented in the next 10 to 20 years with current advancements in biology?
Okay, like I have mentioned some crucial specializations. Like uh, we must have uh, we must have to see other fields also, like not just in biology, as I have implemented biology and artificial intelligence together to get into medical field, like to pursue the medical field in future days. So my vision to see the biotechnology in 10 to 20 years, like it would be completely changed. Like I can say that it will completely change. As if I have seen it, it has been changing a lot. Like new, like most expensive devices are coming into the hospitals and many more other things. So by that also, like I have that vision of seeing the biotechnology to be changed as different types of machineries are coming with collaboration of artificial intelligence. By that, just putting the data and we are getting the diagnostics and analytics of the patient.
Okay,
All
perfect.
right. Yeah. Thank you. That
So,
was very insightful, I think.
yes, I think that is all the questions that are there. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's about 12:23. So I think we can go to the next speaker,
Mhm.
Mr.
Okay,
Kabengwa Eric. Are you
good
available?
night. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you,
Thank
Mir.
you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Kabengwa, are you able to either turn on your video or microphone? Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Yeah. We see you perfectly.
Okay. I'm not able to hear his microphone on my end. Is Arnav, are you able to hear him?
Uh, no, I'm not able to hear him, I think. It might be a problem with your input audio.
Okay. No, we are still not able to hear you.
Yeah, I think you need to connect the audio device.
Okay. Here, you can check. Okay. Kabengwa, do you think we can come back? If it worked for you? Okay. I will go to Mr. Gauri Shankar and then we can come back around you. Okay. So if you are ready. Yes. Hello?
Hi, Karan. Yeah, I'm ready. Let me just switch to my presentation.
Okay, perfect. Is it visible for you?
Yeah, now it's visible for me. Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. You can feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, we can start over. And a warm welcome to everyone present here. It is an honor for me to be representing the AIM Doctor Initiative. Myself, Gauri Shankar Palniswamy, I'm one of the internal medicine residents at the Medical University of South Carolina, Lancaster. As a lead for the HOPE program and AIM Doctor Initiative, I take immense pleasure in taking this meet here. I believe we all agree that we are living in the most extraordinary moment in the history of medicine. For centuries, I believe diagnosis depends on what the human eyes could see, be it a shadow on an x ray, a pattern under a microscope, a tremor in a patient's voice. But today, we are surrounded by something new: data. Every CT scan is data, every blood smear is a data, every pathological slide is a data, and within our data, our lives waiting to be saved. The question is not whether artificial intelligence will shape medicine. The question is who will shape the artificial intelligence and will it save humanity? And that is the story of hope. As you can see, like over here on the slide, three patients, same diagnosis, same hospital, but three different outcomes. Not because one doctor cared more or not because one hospital tried harder, but because medicine is a decision science and decisions are only as good as the data we can interpret. Imagine if every CT scan, every blood smear, every pathological slide could whisper the truth to us, not louder but clearer. That is the hope in the age of AI. Every great moment in medicine has an unlikely origin. Penicillin came from the contaminated petri dish. The stethoscope was invented because a physician felt uncomfortable placing his ears on patients' chest. AIM Doctor did not begin in Silicon Valley, nor did not begin with a venture capital. It began at a dining table. At the table sat Dr. Ilangovan Krishnan, a physician scientist. He had everything the world defines as a success: lucrative offers, seven-figure salaries, position in pharmas, opportunities in technology. He walked all away from it. Why? Because he believed something deeper. He believed that AI must not only belong to billion-dollar companies and it must belong to patients. He believed that AI must not widen inequality, it must rather close the gap. And he began building no funding, no spotlight, just relentless work. Dataset after dataset, validation after validation, code after code. He did not chase headlines, he just chased the accuracy. And slowly, that tiny table began to grow. And we know behind every visible movement is an invisible strength. In AIM Doctor, the strength has names. Kavin, our Chief Technological Stability Person and Cross Platform Deployment Officer, and Ramya, who leads the artificial intelligence architecture and the optimization. They are not always on stage, they are not always in headlines, but they hold the fulcrum of this research. They are the backbone, their work is silent, but without them, nothing moves over here. Movements are not built only by speakers, they are built by those who stay long even after the applause ends, right? This wants us to be clear about something. AIM Doctor is not a startup. It is not a company. It is a non-profit organization built on the principle that access to AI in medicine should never depend on your ability to pay. Everything we do, every class, every workshop, every research collaboration that we conduct is provided completely free of charge. We run the free AI education programs for physicians around the world. from the fundamentals of deep learning to hands on workshops where clinicians learn to build, validate, and even publish AI driven research. We teach them data analysis, statistical methods, and how to design these studies that meet the highest standard of scientific rigor. Why? Because we want AI to transform the global health. We cannot just gatekeep the knowledge that makes it possible, right? AI should not be a privilege, it should be something of a public good. Let me give you the scale of what this has become. If you see the slide over here, today AIM Doctor is a global initiative of more than 1,500 physicians and researchers working across 75 countries, with teams spanning virtually across every field of medicine, from endocrinology to oncology, be it from cardiology to gastroenterology. If a disease exists, there is an AI team and physician working on it with us. Faculties, collaborators span institutions including Yale University, Harvard University, MD Anderson, Baylor College of Medicine, as well as from physician leaders from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, UAE, UK, and 60 other additional nations. Be it high school students to Nobel laureates, we are united not by prestige but by the purpose. And at the heart of this moment is a hope program. And this comes us to the question, what is HOPE? Our HOPE program stands for simple meaning, Hematology Oncology Program of Excellence. It is the largest division within our AIM Doctor initiative. More than 600 physicians across 60 nations focus on one question, one and only. Can AI fundamentally change how cancer is diagnosed and treated? HOPE is organized around three main pillars by us. First, the diagnostics. The AI system detecting leukemias from peripheral blood smears, be it a lung cancer detection from a CT imaging, be it a ovarian cancer detection from ultrasound, we have produces excellent statistical accuracy, almost reaching unity. And second, being the prognostics, be it risk stratification or molecular subtyping of the diseases or explainable decision intelligence, that is one thing. And third, and the most essential to every physician, the treatment planning. Bayesian network meta-analysis, comparative therapeutic modeling, and optimized evidence-based synthesis. The goal is not to just replace the clinical judgment. We are aiming to arm clinicians with the best possible information. We are aimed at building not just black boxes, we are aimed at building clinical intelligence, which is of clinical use in the real world. All this couldn't be possible without a phenomenal team, be it our mentor, Dr. Ilangovan Krishnan, our visionary started everything, be it Kavin, a powerhouse of a technologist, be it Ramya, who leads our AI architectures, Dr. Suchit, who's leading our AI in the medical gastroenterology, Dr. Alan, who's leading our AI in the cardiology, and many more student researchers like Dr. Hama, Dr. Sophia, Dr. Karthik, who are leading multiple specialties, be it immunologies, immunotherapy, neurology, neuro-oncology, and many more. The integration of this medical expertise, along with the engineering precision and scalable AI architecture, is what makes this mission completely possible. We take immense pride and pleasure to share that our work has been presented in enormous conferences at the prestigious Rice University, having podium presentations, and the American Society of Hematology and International Conference for Hematology, having with podium presentation and abstract achievement awards, being the Endocrine Society, where we had the privilege of having two mentorship awards and the work hailing like all over the place, and American Society of Gastroenterology, be it the SAIL conference by the Harvard, be it all the presidential awards and the podium presentations. We have achieved enormous in the past and the upcoming future as well. Going on to the future of the AI, in medicine, it's not just about bigger servers. It is about smaller, smarter, and more accessible systems that can be used day to day. Smartphone deployable leukemia screening, cross-platform endocrine cancers, be it anything, privacy preserving global diagnostics in a rural community with a limited connectivity. Which physician wouldn't like that, or which healthcare system wouldn't want that? A world where your zip code does not determine your survival, where a rural clinic has the same diagnostic intelligence as a tertiary care center, it should be a place where AI becomes a dignity for every people. Now I stand in a room full of technologists, the most talented technical minds in the world, and I have a direct ask as a physician to you guys. We need you. If you build AI applications, join with us in the movement to create clinical tools that run on any device anywhere. If you design novel architectures, help us test and benchmark these models that push the boundaries of diagnostic precision. If you work in a data analytics and statistics, you can help us curate massive clinical data sets, build reproducible pipelines that meet the highest scientific standards. When you are a machine learning engineer or a software developer or data scientist or even a physician with some domain expertise, there is a place for everyone in this mission of hope. We want to fight against cancer and enable equitable cancer care around the world, and that is our main mission. We welcome you all to join us and feel free to visit us at the aimdoctor.org. We are excited to collaborate and we kindly extend the encouraging word for every people over here to reach out to us and contribute. Because the fight against cancer should not be only fought by a few, it should be fought by all of us. At aim.org, we join with hope and we can fight the cancer with AI. And regarding a closing remark, our mission is quite simple because the past was built on courage, the present is being built on collaboration, and the future should and definitely will be built on equity. Data is not just numbers, it's a story. And when we listen carefully, I strongly believe, and the team strongly believes, data becomes the diagnosis, and the diagnosis becomes the decision, and the decision becomes a life changing moment. And that is hope for us in the age of AI. And our mission is every data point is a patient that shouldn't be missed. Every model has a chance to improve. And every prediction by the model is a life that can be saved. And we are making a cancer history at one algorithm at a time. And we welcome you all to join us in this initiative. Thank you all.
Excellent. That was incredibly inspirational and it really covered a lot of key points. So, now something that I would like to have is one of these questions
Yeah.
here. Across specialists and PCPs, how do you, I think, doctors and AIM Doctor envision effective and streamlined collaboration to help fight cancer?
That's an amazing question. To be honest, like all these initiatives that were started is to reach the community level setup. And if you look at the community level setup, the primary care physicians are the whole responsibilities because the patient reach out to them first, only then from that to a specialist. See, one of the models that we presented to the American Society of Hematologists, hematology, like it had like a model like developed from study of ALL models. It's a type of leukemia, a blood cancer, and it was able to pick up the types just based on the slide that is taken from the patient's blood. Usually, you need some advanced testing like a cytometry to confirm whether what type of ALL or a leukemia or a blood cancer it is. And if you are able to deploy this in a primary care setup where they have only access to basic tests, like say they can get some basic blood works drawn, if you have a system integrated, installed in their system over there, that can help as a screening tool not only for blood cancers, it can be for biopsies, say like in a colonoscopy in a gastroenterologist. If he has a AA system over there, which can immediately help him classify if at all it has some malignancy or not, if it has a malignancy, what type of malignancy and what stage it can be, that is of immense clinical value because that can make the treatment faster, diagnostic faster, and a proper follow-up care from there on as well. I believe that should answer the question for like how it can help fight the cancer. It can extend across all spectrums as well. Name an organ with a cancer, we can find a way to integrate with the PCPs or in the specialist office, just in their day-to-day computers that they are using every day. That would be the specialty of the AIM doctor, I would say.
And we have
Yeah.
one more question.
We have another
I don't know if
question.
we can take this.
Yeah. Can you put it? Yeah. So we have a question from Stephen Navarro asking, in the age of AI now, so many more people and projects are involved in AI and advancing. How is AIM Doctor and Hope taking steps to stay ahead and stay relevant/unique?
Yeah, we started on with taking like a lot of like be it Kavin or Amir, they worked on having the diagnostic front first, like detection from the basics thing, be it a costly CT scan or MRI scan. If you're able to detect something earlier, that is of significance, right? Because that is going to
Yeah.
change the course of treatment in the physical, in the medical world. How do we stay relevant or unique? AIM Doctor was started initially to make the physician learn artificial intelligence, make them more interested towards it, get drawn towards it, because only when a physician and the artificial intelligence expert hold hands together, I believe it can move mountains at times. Because if it's going to be in a separate ways, there is always going to be a question of like where we miss out on it. And I believe AIM Doctor is working on that. We are collaborating with actively with all the physician across specialties and all the technical team across specialties to always try and find what more can be done better, what else can be done better from there on. We don't want to settle on the results that we have. We want to validate how well it can be done in the future. Be it like one system working well in one hospital software, we aim to develop that works well the same accuracy in all the hospital softwares. And I believe that is the place to start and that is the place to stay relevant from here on. And making the physician being involved in our projects is going to have more clinical relevance because you are going to deploy the models in real world settings and take responsibilities for that. And I believe that is our time is helping us stay relevant, but we never know what future holds for us. But we are excited to see where it goes on from there.
Yeah, okay, that I think that's very insightful, and I think the battle that you're trying to fight against cancer is also very noble because it's one of the leading causes of death in the world today. And I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. And I think it might be time to move on to our next
Sure.
presentation, Kavin.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Kabengwa, do you think you are able to get your microphone and camera working now?
You're muted and you have your video off, I think, Kabengwa. Yeah, we can see you. I think you're still muted. I think your audio still doesn't work. I think you should try and go into system settings and put input volume to the very max.
Okay,
Yeah, it's still audio issues right now, Kavin.
okay. Is there anything? Can we try maybe if we can maybe switch to a different device, maybe?
Yeah, or like restart the device, maybe.
Okay. So we'll just wait maybe a few minutes. See, the schedule pushes that until 12:45.
Yeah.
So yeah, until 12:55 is his talk. We can see if he can try to join as fast as possible. Okay, I think what we can do is we're just gonna wait until 12:50 if he can do it, and then he'll still be able to have 10 minutes. If not, we'll just have to move on to the hackathon results.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably the best course of action.
Okay. He is in the studio. Let's see. Hello?
Well, can you get me now?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
The audio works now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes.
I think
So we
we'll
can get the full
yeah,
10 minutes.
we'll leave you
We'll
to
leave
it.
the- Okay, and you can speak whenever you're ready.
Can you get me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yes, we are able to hear you.
Can you get me?
Yes. We can hear you and we can also see your video.
All right. Thank you very much. Good morning that side, and good evening to my fellow Ugandans that are watching and following. My name is Kabengwa Eric. Yeah, and I'm still a student at Makerere University, offering a bachelor's degree in biomedical laboratory technology. And that's why I'm coming up with that initiative as a youth advocate for sustainable waste management, medical waste management, because you realize that I'm in a field that produces the highest amount of medical waste in any health facility. Most of the medical wastes are produced in the lab because it is where all the tests are done. So every waste that is produced has to be disposed of from the lab. That's how I come up and say, why don't I become a youth advocate? I've gone to several hospitals in Uganda, and I've realized that how wastes are managed, it's disgusting. You find out someone putting cotton soaked with blood in a black bin. It's really disgusting. So I'm coming up with that initiative, and apparently it is at a seed stage where I'm engaging students to go to several facilities and talk to the health workers about how to manage wastes, teaching them and talking to them about how to use the color coded bins, because you find out that fine, they might have the color coded bins for them to practice proper segregation of wastes, but they don't know how to use them. So we are doing that to ensure that wastes are properly managed. And why do I come up with such an initiative? Well, you realize that poor management of wastes is a greater cause of very many issues that we are facing. I would tell you one, which is disease spread. When medical wastes are poorly managed, you find out that people that have come to the hospital to treat certain diseases are going to end up spreading them further, because what was used to treat them or to test them was not properly disposed. So when discharged, it will end up in the community and infect more and more people. I'm mainly driven by some of the sustainable development goals of UN, and one being is number three, goal number three, which is well-being, good health and well-being. Because if those wastes are not well managed, they are going to cause more infections, and we shall have more people getting sick. Then I have another one that, which is climate action. You find out that some of the medical wastes that are produced, they are burnt, and at the end they produce a lot of greenhouse gases that end up affecting our climate. Then at the same time, some chemicals that are used in the lab, when released, they end up in water bodies, affecting the aquatic life and everything that lives in water, as well as our soil, life of land. They are all affected by that. So I'm coming up with several initiatives. One, going to different facilities to teach the health workers as well as the community about waste management, specifically medical. Then the other is donation. If you find out that some facilities don't have the rightful color-coded bins that are supposed to be used, so we do that. And if the facility is in a poor condition, we are able to donate some color-coded bins. Then the other thing is we are integrating technology into this, because we have to keep track of what we are doing. And that's how the issue of AI comes in. We are using artificial intelligence and other digital tools to keep track of the wastes that are collected right from the facilities, and how those wastes are managed in their hospitals. We are integrating all those systems in our project. We are hopeful that maybe by the end of this year, we shall have advanced to ensure that the project is adopted nationwide, and maybe by the government if we are lucky and supported by the government of Uganda, because we hope that that is one of the challenges that should be addressed to improve the health care of Uganda. Thank you.
Okay, that covered a lot of details, and it was actually very insightful into the field of sustainable waste management.
Yeah, I think that's a very noble mission that you're on as well, and I think EnviroCast goals sort of align with that as well.
Mm-hmm. So there actually was a question about what do you think are some technological applications, and I know you gave a bit of an answer to it, talking about AI, but maybe you can just expand on it a bit.
Yeah, and reiterate some of that.
Is he able to hear us?
I think you're hanged. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. There are a few questions going in. Okay, I think he might have gotten disconnected, but what I can do is
put his
just link
LinkedIn and maybe yeah, so you can go and ask them.
And if you have questions, you can just refer it to him.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I know he's not here to hear this, but thank you very much for it. It was actually very insightful. So now let's go into the next segment, which is actually the hackathon results. So, in accordance with every single hackathon, we're also adding on to that a hackathon for every single issue of the conference. So it's always concurrent, and this basically running from December to February, we received many submissions, all very forward thinking, very innovative, and we're going to delve into the top 5 winning projects to be announced, and eventually this will be released also on DevPost.
Yeah.
So I'm going to quickly share my screen with a slideshow. Give me a moment. Here, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, your screen is visible.
Okay, here we go. So I think you can go ahead and start whenever you're ready, Arnav.
Yeah. So coming in at 5th place, we have Atomora CQ. Atomora CQ is an engineering acceleration platform that combines quantum algorithms with machine learning to tackle one of the most urgent challenges in climate innovation, the discovery of advanced climate-resilient materials. The creator, Agram Garg, was able to be inspired by the reality that breakthroughs in clean energy and carbon capture and sustainable infrastructure often depend on material sciences. Yet the discovery process can take 5 to 15 years due to the limitation and experimentation of computation. Atomora CQ proposes a hybrid quantum classical workflow where quantum simulations estimate molecular properties and AI ranking systems narrow down the most promising compounds for real-world testing. What makes this project stand out to us is its long-term vision. For example, we believe in accelerating environmental intelligence engineering processes, and this is exactly what Atomora CQ delivers on. And it also not only replaces labs right now, but by reducing the search space and helping scientists move faster, it's able to actually open a new future of immense possibilities. Atomora CQ represents exactly what the furthering the future means: innovation at the intersection of disciplines designed for scalable global impact. But once again, congratulations to Agram Garg for earning 5th place. Now I'll give it to Kaveen for our next award.
So moving up to 4th place, we have NeuroScan AI. NeuroScan AI is an AI-powered brain tumor detection workflow designed specifically for radiologists and clinical environments. So NeuroScan AI was created by Ajay Mudliar, and the inspiration behind this project is deeply practical. According to their project description, radiologists often spend up to 45 minutes for every single MRI scan, reviewing those tumors manually. And even after analyzing dozens or hundreds of patients in a day, fatigue becomes a real and dangerous factor for those radiologists. So NeuroScan AI basically transformed this process into something nearly instantaneous. With a custom trained CNN model incorporated, the system can detect tumors in just 3 seconds while also providing confidence visualization, automated reporting, and even patient facing education through an integrated AI assistant. What's remarkable is that this is not just a machine learning model, but it's a full end to end workflow built for real adoption with secure logins, profiling, clinical automation, and explainable outputs. NeuroScan AI really reflects the future of engineering and healthcare, with faster diagnosis, reduced professional burden, and ultimately lives saved through speed and precision. Congratulations to Ajay Mutliar for achieving 4th place.
Yeah, so moving on to the podium places. In 3rd place, we have Identity Guard by Delisha Manuel. Identity Guard is a web application designed to protect users from a growing wave of AI-driven cybersecurity threats, including deepfakes, phishing attacks, and even digital identity misuse. As generative AI becomes more powerful, distinguishing between real and fake content becomes harder day by day for regular people, and the risks are especially severe for communities without access to cybersecurity expertise. Identity Guard tackles this problem head on by offering users an accessible toolkit where users can upload suspicious images, messages, or content and instantly receive AI powered risk analysis. This platform integrates multiple models, vision transformers for deepfake detection, similarity search for art theft prevention, watermarking tools for creator protection, and even NLP based phishing classification. What makes Identity Guard extremely impactful is its mission. Cybersecurity should not be reserved for experts, it should be available to everyone, and we believe that in that mission in furthering the future. Identity Guard is a powerful reminder that furthering the future also means building a safer digital world. Congratulations to Dilisha and Manuel for earning 3rd place. So, Kavin, I think I'll leave it to you to present 2nd place. Okay, I think Kavin is having some technical difficulties right now, so yeah, okay, he's back. Yeah.
Apologies, I've been having some technical difficulties of my own. The Wi-Fi is also a bit spotty today, unfortunately. But here, so did you finish talking about 3rd place?
Yeah, so you can go on to 2nd place if you want, Kavin.
2nd place is Hornbill, which is an AI-powered autonomous drone system built to address one of the planet's most urgent environmental crises of deforestation. The Hornbill project was created by 2 innovators, Aditya Tripathi and also Prajesh Nair. For the background, forests are essential to global climate stability, yet millions of hectares are lost each year due to fires, human activity, and also a collapsing ecosystem. So traditional reforestation is very slow, expensive, and it's often impossible in dangerous or remote regions. Hornbill proposes a bold alternative, replanting forests from the sky. They've created a drone that uses onboard AI vision to identify non-vegetated zones suitable for planting, then precisely releases biodegradable seed bombs, accounting for wind drift, altitude, and terrain. And this is not even just a concept, it's an actual integrated system combining robotics, computer vision, environmental engineering, and real-world deployment constraints. Hornbill truly demonstrates what the future of climate resilience could look like. Autonomous systems working in harmony with nature to restore ecosystem at scale. Congratulations to Hornbill for earning 2nd place. Arnav, are you present? Okay.
Yeah. So I think this is the all-anticipated 1st place. So now everyone, our 1st place grand winner is Earthlink AI by Hasib Asif. Earthlink AI is a groundbreaking geospatial intelligent agent that transforms raw satellite data into live explainable environmental decisions, all from a single natural language prompt. Satellite imagery is one of humanity's most powerful open source resources. We have the continuous planetary scale data on vegetation health, urban heat, land use, and even environmental change. But accessing that intelligence has traditionally required deep expertise, spectral band knowledge, Earth engine scripting, and atmospheric correction reducers and spatial joins barriers that keep environmental insight locked behind technical walls. However, Earthlink AI completely breaks down that barrier so that users can simply find the 3 hottest regions and the 3 greenest regions near downtown and compare them. And the agent just doesn't describe it on the map, it acts on it. It performs spatial filtering and computes NDVI, NDBI, land surface temperatures, and renders comparisons, updates map states, and explains exactly what results it got in real time. Earthlink AI represents an entirely new interaction paradigm, conversational geospatial analysis. It makes planetary intelligence accessible to not only scientists, but to journalists, city planners, communities, and everyday people asking the question, is my neighborhood getting hotter, and how will this affect me? Earthlink AI embodies the spirit of furthering the future, turning satellite reflectance into an actionable insight, one prompt at a time. We believe that this completely aligns with our mission at EnviroCast for making the future not only a safer place, but a better place for all of us to live in. Congratulations to Earthlink AI for winning 1st place.
So, those were the top 5 for our EnviroCast GEO Furthering the Future hackathon. But now we will continue these GEO conference, and with that, we will also consider hackathons. So there will be a lot more hackathons to come, and for sure, we should stay tuned. So now let's go to our keystone address, Arnav.
Yeah. So for our keystone address, yeah. So wonderful, and once again, Congratulations to all the hackathon winners, like Kavin stated, and now onto our Keystone Address. So our Keystone Address will be given by Mr. Saish Gandhi, the Assistant Director of Government of Goa's Department of Agriculture. Mr. Gandhi is deeply engaged in advancing education, technology, and innovation ecosystems with a focus on building practical, future-ready learning systems with extensive experience spanning from e-governance, STEM education, coding and robotics initiatives, and large-scale programming implementation. Mr. Gandhi stands for everything that Furthering the Future has in its goals and minds. So unfortunately, Mr. Gandhi was not able to make it to the live event, but he has pre-recorded his address and we will play it right now.
Okay, I will quickly share the screen. Here we go. Is everyone able to see the video? Okay, perfect.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Around the world, parents are doing everything right. We choose the best schools. We help with homework, and we celebrate the A on the report card. But today, I want to ask you all a difficult question. Is academic excellence enough for a world that no longer has a syllabus? We are preparing children for a future that is uncertain, non-linear, and full of problems that don't have a back of the book answer. So today in my presentation, I would like to share how we can move beyond the classrooms to build true resilience in our children. So in this slide, I would like to make a statement in which what I'm saying is academic excellence is the foundation, but not the whole building. Let me be very clear here. Academics matter because they demonstrate discipline and open doors. But academics are the foundation. Think of it like this way. School teaches our children how to use the tools, but life is about deciding what to build when no one has given you the blueprints. We need to help our children move from being instruction followers to problem solvers, right? But in the classroom, the path is paved. What I mean by paved is everything is set by the timetable. It's like a straight line. But look at this diagram. Real world skills like adaptability, something like curiosity or leadership, they branch out in a messy, unpredictable way. So schools cannot teach uncertainty at scale. It's simply schools cannot are not designed for this kind of uncertainty. So that isn't the failure of the school per se. It's the opportunity for us at the home, wherein we can make learning beyond the classroom possible at home or outside the classroom. So it's an opportunity for us to do this. So let me put an example to you, considering it's my own personal example with my son. This is Sai Pranav. His journey didn't start on the TEDx stage, just like as seen in this presentation. It started on a floor, typical like any other kid with a pile of Lego bricks. There was no master plan there. It was just messy, small experiments, putting the bricks together, or things that broke, things that did not move. Every big achievement you see, which I will present to you in the talk, the book that he has written, all started with a small experiment where failing was okay. And as parent, I had to protect this messy face. That is where the failure muscle, I would like to call it as, was built. So we often, treat this confidence is a gift. Child confidently presenting on a large stage is a gift, but it's not. It's a habit. Look at the progression here in this slide. with my son's, I don't know, a summer camp at the age of 7, followed by the next, a library by talk in the library by age 8. And that's how slowly graduated to a TEDx stage by the age 10. We didn't ask him to be brave. We just made the stage familiar. By the time the stakes were high, time he reached the TEDx stage, the fear of speaking in public had been normalized through repetition. So we need to give our children micro stages long before they face the big ones. Now, this is the cycle of growth. In a school, typically, a fail is the end point, a red mark. However, in the real world, a fail is just a data point. It's an ingredient for the next try. If we want our children to be resilient, we have to stop being their critics. That's what we typically do, right? The moment a child fails, we being a critic. Oh, how did this happen? How did this break? Instead, if you could begin being their audience, we need to celebrate the refined step more than the result. So we typically do that with younger, when the kids are too young, like when they want to just start the walk, and the kid is stumbling before the walk. You would cajole the kid, encourage the kid to walk. But slowly, as the pressure builds up in the school, uh, the homeworks, the classworks, we want to become the child not to fail. We want it to be perfect always. But that's not what the real world is all about. So we need to uh, permit failures, because ultimately what is needed is curiosity towards perfection. Now, let me place before you one such opportunity outside classrooms, is that is competitions. So competitions could be of many types, and many of the parents see them as high stress environments. I completely agree, they are. But I want to reframe that competitions are not about winning, they are about ownership. For example, in school, if a child fails, they might blame the teacher or the test. But in a competition, if the robot in a robot game doesn't move, the child has to own that result. Competitions uh, is that that facility or that point wherein the child can start owning the result. It completely shifts the perspective. That's how I would like to place this perspective of competitions. Next, so this this is a book that my son managed to write. Is having a portfolio, right? So we all talk about portfolios for our children, because ultimately when they have to submit their essays for the college, they need to have a body of work. And how do you suddenly have this body of work? So typically what happened with my son was he would write about each of his achievements or about his learnings in a blog consistently every time there was an activity. And since there was so many blogs, it eventually turned into a book which got published just 2 months ago, titled Play to Purpose. It's a 180-page book. So the lesson here is simple. Don't just learn, document your progress. And documenting is not easy. So typically in a school, that is what it is taught that we should be writing the exams. But imagine a child writing a blog beyond the school becomes the body of the essay that he would write for his college. A simple evolution, right? So these extracurriculars that we all see here, typically treated as distractions at a later age in the child. Initially, in the primary or the middle school, we all treat extracurriculars as something which is very important.
But as slowly, for example, drama or a debate or singing. So our kids are part of this, or sports are part of all this. But then, as the child grows older, we see this as distractions. But are they really a distractions? Because sports teaches resilience and how to handle defeat. Drama and debate, build clarity and public speaking. And robotics hones logic and problem solving. And arts fosters sustained focus. These are assets that build the human side of a student's profile. The most important part today, which has become the talk of the town, is AI. Now, and why AI? Because the world has become so uncertain because the progress of technology is uh, the rate of change or the rate of progress is incomprehensible. We are unable to fathom how much change there will be in the next 2 years, 5 years. Earlier, the horizon was a decade or 2 decades for change. Now we are talking about a rapid rate of change within a year's time. Considering such a rapid rate of change, we are uncertain what would be the next uh, job sector where will we find the next job, because they're finding answers faster than any human can. But can AI replace curiosity? Can it exercise judgment? Of course, it cannot demonstrate leadership. So technical skills that build the tool, but human skills that we require, as we discussed today, are the ones learned beyond the classrooms. So determining how that tool is used is most important here. The tool here being AI. So we aren't just building smart kids. We have to go beyond that and build wise leaders, right? So because AI cannot replace curiosity or exercise judgment on your behalf, neither can it demonstrate leadership. It can just be a follower. So this is how, despite AI looming so large on us, by being enhancing learning beyond classroom, we can surmount the challenge of AI. So let's come to this formula that I've tried to put after whatever we have listened to in the past few slides. Is academics, of course, that's the most important part. But to that, if we can add the experiments, the small, messy experiments that we can do inside a classroom, outside the classroom, at home, plus some kind of a public practice of speaking in public, because that's what builds confidence, right? Leads to open doors. So if we have these three components in a child's way of learning, many doors would open. And I think this is the formula for a resilient future. It's not about creating geniuses, it's about creating children who are comfortable with uncertainty. And uncertainty is something that we are all fearing today because of the AI, right? But if we can build our children who are comfortable with this kind of uncertainty, certainly we could rest assured that our children will somewhere be placed well in their lives. So thank you for your time, and I like to look forward to seeing some kind of messy experiments in your child's life. Thank you.
Okay. So that was our keystone address coming from Mr. Saish Gandhi. Very informational about kind of the uncertainty and the current concerns about AI replacing humans, different things like that. And it's very important to consider all those different aspects.
Yeah.
So now I think we're going to go into our second block of session speakers. So looking at that, you can see we have 4 upcoming speakers. One of them is here. We still do have a bit of time. So either we can wait a few minutes or we can get to the speaker that's currently here. Is that good for you? Okay. Let me ask. Okay. So I think we're just gonna go with Siddharth. You can take a bit longer if you need, since there's a bit more time. But yeah,
Yeah,
you can, if your audio is working, you can feel free to start whenever you're ready.
yeah, for sure.
Sure. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, respected organizer, fellow speakers, and to everyone watching us on live on YouTube. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share this stage with such inspiring mind. It truly means a lot to be here today. My name is Siddharth, and I had the privilege of serving as a NASA Space Lab lead in Bhopal, India. And today, I don't want to give you a technical lecture. I want to share a story, a perspective, and maybe a small shift in the way you look at space, technology, and your own potential. Let me begin with a simple question. When you hear the word space, what comes to your mind? Maybe it's rocket, astronaut, moon mission, Mars rover, something far away from your daily life. For most of us, space felt distance, something that belongs to scientific at NASA, engineering at ISRO's, or people working in advanced research lab. It doesn't feel like it belongs to students, to young professionals, or to people sitting small town with limited resources. I used to think the same. I thought space innovation was only for genius people, people with big degrees, big lab, big mind, and big budgets. Then I become a part of NASA Space App ecosystem, and that belief completely broke. NASA Space App is not just a hackathon; it is a global movement, a movement that believes that anyone, anywhere can contribute to solving Earth problem using space data, and that beliefs change everything. As a lead, I had the chance to interact with hundreds of students. Many of them were attending their first hackathons. Some of them had never worked in a team before. Some of them were scared to even speak in English, and yet, in 48 hours, I saw them transform. I saw fear turning into curiosity. I saw hesitation turning into confidence. I saw confusion turning into clarity. And that's when I realized something very important. Innovation does not start with skills. Innovation starts with belief. Believe that I can try. Believe that my idea matters. Believe that I am allowed to fail and learn. We often talk about innovation as if it's about technology stacks, programming languages, AI models, or cloud platforms. But the truth is, innovation is deeply human. It began emotional, fears, excitement, curiosity, doubt, hopes. Coming from a background in cybersecurity, data analytics, cloud system, and software development, I am trained to think in system. And space is the biggest system we can observe. Space teach us something powerful. Everything is connected. Satellite connected to Earth, climate system connected to human behavior, technology connected to society, and our decision today connected to the future of the next generation. This connection creates responsibility. When we build technology today, we are not just building tools, we are shaping behavior, privacy, security, and trust, moreover. And this is where space inspired thinking become important because in space mission there is no room for careless design. In space system, failure can lost lives. In space engineering, responsibility is not optional. Now imagine applying the same mindset to Earth-based technology. Imagine building apps that respect our privacy. Imagine design AI systems that are ethical. Imagine creating digital platforms that are inclusive. Imagine innovating not just for speed but for sustainability. This is the kind of thinking we need today. During the NASA Space App Challenge, team worked on problems related to climate changes, disaster response, environmental monitoring, urban sustainability, and data visualization. They were not building for fun, they were building for impact. And the most of the beautiful part, not all teams succeeded technically. Some prototype failed, some idea didn't work, but every participant walked away with something more valuable than a working app. They walked away with confidence. One student came to me and said, "Sir, this is my first time and I felt my idea are taken seriously." That sentence stayed with me because confidence is the real output of the innovation ecosystem. Project may end, hackathon may finish, certificate may collect dust, but confidence change life trajectory. Stage. Leadership is about creating an environment where others feel safe to try. As a lead, my job was not to be a smart person in the room. My job was to make the room smarter. To encourage question, to normalize failure, to celebrate small wins, to remind students that confusion is not a weakness. It is a part of the learning curves. We live in the world where young people are under constant pressure, pressure to succeed, pressure to be perfect, pressure to be compete, but innovation does not grow in pressure. Innovation grows in psychological safety. If we want more innovators, we must create more safe space. Today, the world is facing complex problems. Climate changes, cybersecurity threats, misinformation, digital inequality, data privacy, mental health challenges. These problems cannot be solved by one discipline alone. They require interdisciplinary thinking. We need engineers who understand ethics. We need data scientists who understand society. We need cybersecurity professionals who understand human behavior. We need leaders who understand technology. And importantly, we need young minds who believe they belong in this conversation. The future will not be built only in Silicon Valleys or big research lab. It will be built in classroom, co-working space, and small room with big dreams. So if you are a student listening to this today, I want you to hear this carefully, clearly. You don't need permission to start innovation. You don't need perfect skills to begin. You don't need to wait for the big right moment. Start with curiosity, start with small problem, start with learning because the future is not something that we wait for. The future is something we design, build, secure and protect. If young mind can use space data to solve earth problems, then your idea, your voice and your potential truly matters. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much to organize for creating this platform. And thank you everyone who believes that innovating belonging to everyone.
Yes. Great talk, very inspirational. And I
Yeah,
mentioned
thank you.
actually a lot of key details regarding youth. That was very amazing, and thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that was able to connect with us on a personal note as well because me and Kavina both participated in the Space Apps Challenge here in our city. So we were really able to resonate with your talk as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have one of the speakers that we swapped out, but she's still not here. So we can go to the next one, which is actually pre-recorded because she wasn't able to be here. I think we can go straight to that. Okay. Share my screen. Here. Okay.
When I was a child, the world made sense in 64 squares. I poured my heart out into that world. I spent hours hunched over a chessboard, not just moving pieces, but searching for the patterns, the possibilities, the hidden connections that could turn a simple pawn into a game changer. I loved the challenge of seeing ahead, of imagining the future before anyone else could. That love for foresight led me to win the Susan Polgar Foundation National Chess Championship and even represent the United States at the World Cadet Chess Championships in Spain. After that, my dream was simple, to become a world chess champion. But life, as it so often does, had a different game in store. After the championships, I traveled to India to visit my grandmother. I remember walking into her room, excited to see her and eager to share my stories. But as I stepped inside, I realized something was different. I could see her, but she couldn't see me. She had lost her vision to retinopathy, a disease that heartbreakingly is preventable. She held me close, her tears falling, and in that moment I felt a profound sense of loss. Something inside me shifted. My dream of becoming a world champion faded, and in its place, a new, urgent purpose took root. That moment planted a seed in my heart, a mission to help others facing preventable blindness. My grandmother's tears continue to water that seed till this day. Then the world changed. The COVID-19 pandemic arrived, and suddenly the chess tournaments and school hallways were replaced by quiet days at home. But in that silence, I discovered a new world, not of 64 squares, but of infinite possibilities. Artificial intelligence. I didn't have a computer science background. No one in my family was an expert, but I was determined to learn. I turned to free online courses from Harvard and MIT, and I found myself captivated by Professor Andrew Ng's lectures from Stanford. Our dining table became my AI lab. My parents and my little brother became my first students. We learned together, we failed together, and we celebrated the small victories. Through this journey, I realized something powerful. You don't have to be a genius or a tech prodigy to make a difference. Curiosity and resilience, those are the real superpowers. With those, anyone can turn a challenge into an opportunity. As I learned more, my purpose grew clearer. I realized I could combine my love for science and technology with my mission to address vision loss. This drive led me to develop a generalizable AI model integrated with a simple mobile retina tracker to help diagnose eye disease. Last month, I found myself presenting that research at the Symposium on Artificial Intelligence for Learning Health Systems, one of the world's most prestigious gatherings for AI in medicine. I was humbled to be the only high school student among these accomplished minds. It reminds me of what Steve Jobs once said. You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. Looking back, I can finally see the thread that connects a chessboard in America to a tearful moment in India to an AI lab in my home. The patterns on a chessboard, the patterns of blood vessels in an eye, the pattern hidden in millions of lines of code. They were all part of the same language, the language of foresight. Nowhere is the need for foresight more urgent or more powerful than in the fight to prevent blindness. So how do we prevent blindness? I started by asking a bigger question. What if we could see health before it fails? Turns out the answer was right in front of us. We've all heard the phrase, the eyes are the window to the soul, but modern science reveals there's something far more revolutionary. The eyes are in fact a literal window into the health of the entire body. Unlike any other organ, the eye gives us a unique, direct, and non-invasive opportunity to see our blood vessels and nerve tissue in real time without a single cut. Why does this matter? First, because of two profound biological connections. First, the vascular connection. The tiny, delicate blood vessels in the back of the eye share the same fundamental properties as the much larger vessels in the heart and brain. Changes in these retinal vessels can directly mirror what's happening in the cardiovascular system, giving early warning signs for conditions like hypertension, stroke, and heart disease. Second, the neurological connection. This is even more direct. The retina isn't just connected to the brain. Embryologically, the retina is brain tissue. The optic nerve, it's not just a peripheral nerve, it's a direct extension of the central nervous system. This means that neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's leave traces here years before symptoms appear. This isn't science fiction. It's a field called oculomics, the science of decoding the vast information within our eyes to detect, predict, and understand systemic diseases throughout the body. For decades, we've known that these connections existed, but we lacked the tools to read the story the eyes were telling. Until now. Now, a perfect storm of technology has arrived, creating a powerful toolkit that is unlocking these secrets at an unprecedented scale. This toolkit has two parts, the hardware and the software. First, the hardware. This is the advanced imaging that captures the data. Today's eye imaging is nothing short of miraculous. Fundus photography gives us high-definition color snapshots of the back of the eye. Think of it like a selfie for your retina. Then there's optical coherence tomography. It works like an optical ultrasound, creating cross-sectional 3D maps of the retina's layers. It lets us spot changes invisible to the naked eye and measure the thickness of nerve fibers with incredible precision, a crucial capability for detecting glaucoma and neurological diseases. Having these beautiful, detailed pictures is only half the story, though. Here's the challenge. These images contain millions of pixels and countless subtle patterns. No human, no matter how skilled, can analyze them all at once. How do we find the one subtle disease-predicting pattern hidden in a million pixels? That's where the software comes in. Artificial intelligence. AI, especially a branch of AI called deep learning, can be trained to recognize patterns in these images, patterns that even experts might miss. It's pattern recognition on a superhuman scale. And this technology is accelerating. For years, we could only train AI to spot one disease at a time, but now we're seeing a leap forward with something called foundation models. One of the most exciting is FretFound, the first foundation model for ophthalmology. Think of it as a master specialist for the eye. Trained on millions of scans, it can detect dozens of different diseases, dramatically speeding up the pace of discovery. And importantly, this isn't a mysterious black box. Thanks to a field called explainable AI, we can actually see what the algorithm is focusing on. Tools like heat maps highlight the exact parts of an image the AI is looking at to make its diagnosis. This builds trust and allows doctors to validate the results, ensuring the human expert is always in the loop. Now let me show you what this looks like in action. This is a mobile app that I built that uses AI to distinguish between many different eye conditions from any device. Imagine, you take a picture of your eye, and almost instantaneously, the app analyzes the image, makes a prediction, and gives you a diagnosis, all while keeping the data completely private and secure. This is what's possible when we combine powerful imaging with advanced AI. AI is turning eye exams into powerful, accessible health screens, bringing specialist-level care to anyone, anywhere in the world. So we have the hardware to see inside the eye and the software to understand what we're seeing. What does this mean for us? It means we're shifting the very purpose of a medical test. The goal is no longer to just tell you that you're sick. The goal is to predict that you might become sick and give you the power to prevent it. Let's talk about what this revolution actually means for people and how it's changing medicine, starting with the mission that began my own journey. Take diabetic retinopathy, the disease that took my grandmother's vision. Millions of diabetic patients are supposed to get an annual eye exam, but so many don't because of cost, distance, or access. Now, thanks to AI, a nurse or medical professional with minimal training in a rural clinic can take a retinal photo, upload it, and receive an expert-level diagnosis in just a few seconds. The same is true for glaucoma and age-related macular degeneration, two of the leading causes of vision loss in older adults. AI models can detect these conditions with remarkable accuracy, often before symptoms appear. This is more than just a new tool. It's a new model of care. By moving specialist level screening into the community, AI is breaking down barriers. It's making healthcare more accessible, more efficient, and more equitable for everyone. Now let's zoom out from the eye and to the rest of the body. Because the blood vessels in our retina and cardiovascular system are so similar, the eye acts as a perfect surrogate to non-invasively study our cardiovascular health. We have AI tools that can predict heart disease from a simple retinal scan with a predictive power that matches a cardiac CT scan. Think about that. A cardiac CT involves a hospital visit, radiation exposure, and significant cost. A retinal scan is fast, non-invasive, and can happen during a routine eye exam. This technology doesn't just find disease, it fundamentally changes the experience and economics of screening for the world's #1 killer. The most breathtaking discovery came when AI gave us a glimpse into the one place we thought was forever locked away, the future of our own minds. Let's talk about Parkinson's disease. We can currently only diagnose Parkinson's after the motor symptoms, the tremors, have already appeared, essentially after significant irreversible damage has already occurred. But what if we could see it coming? Researchers recently showed that AI can analyze subtle changes in the retina to predict Parkinson's disease up to 7 years before symptoms appear. For Alzheimer's, the story is even more exciting. The toxic amyloid plaques that build up in the brain of an Alzheimer's patient also appear in trace amounts in the retina. AI is learning to detect these microscopic changes in retinal photos, spotting the warning signs 10 to 15 years before the first symptoms of memory loss appear. This changes everything. For diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, we've been fighting a battle that's already mostly lost by the time we know we're in it. This technology gives us a window, a decade-long window to intervene. We're shifting the goal from slowing decline to preventing onset altogether. While the eye offers a remarkable window into our health, it's just one example of how artificial intelligence is transforming medicine as a whole. Across the world, AI is helping doctors find cancers earlier and more accurately than ever before. In radiology, AI systems now catch up to 40% of breast cancers that even expert radiologists might miss, boosting detection rates without increasing unnecessary follow-ups. In dermatology, the latest AI software can spot melanoma, the deadliest skin cancer, with 97% accuracy in clinical trials, saving lives and freeing up doctors to focus on the toughest cases. AI is also accelerating the diagnosis of rare diseases, helping families who might otherwise spend years searching for answers. New tools can sift through complex medical records and spot patterns that lead to faster, more accurate diagnosis, even in places with limited resources. And now we're seeing the rise of the digital twin, a virtual replica of your organs or even your entire body. Imagine a personalized simulation that predicts how your heart will respond to a new medication or how your brain might change over time. These digital twins are already guiding treatment for heart rhythm disorders, optimizing cancer therapies, and helping doctors plan the best path forward for each patient. Now, with all this talk of AI, you might wonder, are we building a future where machines replace doctors? Absolutely not. AI is a tool, one that empowers clinicians, not replaces them. It's the stethoscope for the digital age, powerful in the right hands, but never a substitute for human judgment, compassion, or expertise. I have deep respect for the doctors, nurses, and researchers who dedicate their lives to caring for others. AI is here to help them do what they do best, only better. For example, in a landmark study, researchers compared deep learning AI to human experts in classifying diabetic retinopathy, the very disease that affected my grandmother. The results were striking. The AI matched and in some cases even outperformed human graders in accurately identifying disease severity. Most importantly, the AI caught subtle signs of vision-threatening disease that some clinicians missed, ensuring patients got the urgent care they needed. The real magic happens when humans and AI work together, combining the best of both worlds to catch what neither could see alone. So what does all of this mean for you? We're living in a time when the tools of discovery, once locked away in university labs, are now more accessible than ever before. You don't need a PhD, a fancy lab coat, or a wall full of diplomas to make an impact. All you need is curiosity, resilience, and a willingness to learn. If a high school student like me can build an AI app in her living room, present it at international conferences, and contribute to the future of medicine, then so can you. The barriers to entry are falling. The open source movement, free online courses, and global collaboration mean that anyone, anywhere can join this revolution. So I invite you, whether you're a student, a teacher, a parent, or a professional in any field, to find your why. What is the problem that keeps you up at night? What story, what person, what moment will drive you to make a difference? Because the future of medicine and the future of every field will be shaped by those who are bold enough to ask what if and persistent enough to find the answer. Let me leave you with this. In chess, the best moves aren't always the flashiest. They're the ones that see the whole board, the patterns, the possibilities, the moves yet to come. Today, the eye is our window, AI is our lens, and each of us is the next player in this game of discovery. So what will your next move be? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that was a wonderful talk. I think it really helped us gain insight into AI and its applications in various medical related factors and its ability to actually assist doctors. But now moving on to the next talk, it'll be from Selby Mashiki about democratizing intelligence and making sure it reaches the right audiences and making sure that anybody around the world can actually access intelligence and it's not a paid thing or a paywall. So I think could we
Selby,
could
are you
invite him
ready? Okay,
Good day, gentlemen. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Awesome. So my talk is going to be on democratizing intelligence without dependence on the cloud. So when it comes to AIs, I think the speaker before me really delved really deep into that when it comes to using AI online. When we're talking about AIs now in maybe low resource intensive areas where connectivity is very difficult, like in Africa, it's very important that we consider having a hybrid system or even an offline system to address these issues. And this is what I'll be discussing. So the problem statement, intelligence is too centralized. We have billion-dollar companies like OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, Anthropic, very good companies, well invested, well built, but they do not have any services that address offline issues, unlike with Llama. So what does this mean? You need constant internet activity. You depend on servers you don't own. Your private data leaves your device. Developing nations rely on foreign compute power. One of the biggest issues that comes with ChatGPT is that your data will be used against you. So, for example, if you have any incriminating evidence or any images that you generate, right, it goes straight to OpenAI. It leaves your device and it stays on their servers, and they use it to train their model without your knowledge, without your compensation. This is a very, very big issue in the AI space. Intelligence becomes a subscription, not a right. Democratizing intelligence means freedom. So there's local execution, offline capable, privacy first, global access, no billion-dollar barriers. Anybody can build an AI. The speaker before me really dove into that, and I like that. Anyone can build an AI. Even from my living room, she built a very, very good medical AI system. Same with us. Having an AI system that works offline could be it can help you in the sense of it's privacy first, like I mentioned. First, you need to have your own privacy. You don't want to be hacked, especially with data hacks. Which company was it? Was it Claude, right? Just hacked. Global access, available in developing nations without massive infrastructure and no billion-dollar barriers built on efficient, accessible technology. Why cloud dependence creates problems. So number one, we have digital colonialism. Many African and developing countries rely entirely on foreign cloud providers. Data flows out, value flows out, control flows out. National innovation is constrained by foreign infrastructure. So especially in African countries, we do not have enough power to generate enough power for an AI system like ChatGPT or Claude. So we rely heavily on international organizations to help us. But this means that a lot of our data leaves the country, leaves the continent, right? Which is used to train OpenAI's models without any compensation, without as little as say, we are taking your data. There's no caution. And not everyone wants their image sitting in a data center in Silicon Valley. Privacy and surveillance risks. Cloud AI requires sending conversations, documents, business logic, and personal ideas to external servers. Even if encrypted in transit, the processing is not yours. Those become someone else's data, right? Especially with ChatGPT, your thoughts are used to train the model. Every conversation you have is used to train the model. You just constantly surveyed, no privacy, economic barricades. APIs cost money, GPU servers cost money, subscriptions pile up. What happens when prices increase overnight? Innovation becomes gated by capital instead of creativity. So with me, I managed to build my own AI system. It's an AI system that I will discuss later, with free of charge, no API cost, no nothing. Local AI model that I train every day for the sake of cybersecurity. The problem when you're trying to build AIs is that you need to pay for APIs cost. For every token, you need to have money set aside to pay for each token cost. Sometimes I think I use 11 Labs. They will charge you for a set amount of tokens used, and then maybe you're asking your AI uh, something along the lines of a simple greeting. So there's loads of money that goes into building these AIs, these online AIs. Infrastructure fragility. What if the internet drops? What if sanctions happen? What if pricing changes? Cloud AI is powerful but fragile and uncontrollable. So where I come from, we were sanctioned by the US, which meant that we couldn't access any of the US payment systems like PayPal. So what happens if something like that happens to African countries and they're sanctioned? They can't access to any AI. They can't access any American AI, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. They restricted. They can't access it anymore. So this is why it's very important for everyone to be able to have their own AI system, free of infrastructures, free of um, politics, just you and your own AI. Right. The edge AI revolution is here. Modern laptops and smartphones can now run optimized AI models locally, thanks to the breakthroughs in model efficiency and hardware acceleration. So model compression, reduce model size while maintaining accuracy, quantization for built-in 8-bit precision for efficient interference engines, optimized execution frameworks. So when it comes to the AI revolution, I think most AI models which are compressed, I personally use Quen. They are now smaller. They cannot run on devices. For example, if you have a weaker PC like let's say a HP, Intel maybe inside 4 GB RAM, it can run an offline AI system without straining the system, without consuming 90% of the CPU, 90% of RAM, 85% of the hard drive or SSD. There is now quantization to help with that process of asking the AI questions. The key advantages include no internet required for core functionality, enhanced privacy and data sovereignty, reduced operational costs, resilience against connectivity issues, especially when it comes to operational costs. A lot of companies, especially in Africa, do have a lot of financial strains due to taxes, due to lack of stable funding. So having an AI system that can work offline reduces these costs by allowing them to work with the AI without having the fear of, is it connected? Is the API going to be charging us more? So there is the key advantage. Edge intelligence that lives on your device under your control within your borders. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be explaining my own personal project, Reconnaissance GPT, formerly known as Recon GPT. So Recon GPT is an offline cybersecurity AI system. It is designed with a red team and blue team build. So it has offensive and defensive security measures to help students, especially from my university in Zimbabwe, NAST. So the concept of Reconnaissance GPT was that to give cybersecurity professionals access to an AI without the need of having to pay for um, pay for subscriptions, for premium, gives them freedom. And especially with a lot of cybersecurity AIs, a majority of them will charge you certain amount of fees after every maybe let's say 20 messages or so, which is not very convenient for the average student in cybersecurity, because everyone wants to learn cybersecurity, but however, they do not have that finances to pay for these hefty subscriptions. Right. A hybrid future cloud and edge working together. So this is a diagram representing cloud purpose, edge purpose, and hybrid systems. So with cloud purpose, heavy model training and massive scale operations like OpenAI created ChatGPT. They burn through a lot of money, 600 billion per month just to run ChatGPT. It makes them have a loss. So the good thing with our hybrid system is that we can work both offline and online. We train the model online and it makes it work offline. To reduce these operational costs that can charge and put a company in debt. The cloud is powerful. It enables massive scale training and global services, but the future isn't cloud only, it's balanced, where critical tasks run locally. Sensitive data stays private and cloud is optional rather than mandatory. So training phase, use cloud infrastructure to train large language models with massive datasets. Distribution phase, deploy optimized, quantized models to edge devices worldwide. Interference phase, process data locally without constant cloud connectivity. And finally, this is my last slide. Why is democratizing intelligence without dependence on the cloud? Why is it important, especially in Africa or in low research areas in Asia, like the Philippines? For countries like Zimbabwe and others in similar position, cloud independence transforms possibility into reality. Local innovation, build AI solutions without foreign dependency or permission, data sovereignty, protect national data and business intelligence from external access, AI education, teach students without expensive API costs or infrastructure investment. It's described as a very, very naive move to give, let's say ChatGPT in this case, your business documents. Why? In case of a hack or in case they want to use that data, it can be stolen or duplicated and be given to different organizations or individuals that can use it against your organization. So having an offline AI system that can do confidential tasks and automate confidential tasks for you not only protects your company but also enhances your workflow and um, your your movement in the company. The bigger vision. The real question isn't can we build bigger AI? It's who controls intelligence. If intelligence is centralized, power is centralized. If intelligence is distributed, opportunity is distributed. So a privacy movement, economic movement, sovereignty movement, and freedom movement. Privacy movement referring to protecting your data from surveillance, economic movement removing financial barriers to innovation, sovereignty movement empowering national control over technology, freedom movement democratizing intelligence to democratizing access to intelligence. So the future of AI should not belong to a few corporations. It belongs to everyone. And with offline AIs, that future is very much possible. Thank you for this opportunity. That is my presentation.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you for your speak. I think that was very insightful, and I believe that your goal of actually democratizing the AI and actually trying to provide a secure environment to actually upload your documents or actually like make sure that the AI is usable for the general public is a very noble mission. I think Kavin can introduce the questions.
Yes, so we have a few questions. First by Ethan. Of course, anyone can create an AI, but a laptop still doesn't compare to massive systems like corporate server farms. If someone wants to create their own AIs for more complex tasks, how can they execute that?
Well, when it comes to creating an AI for more complex tasks, what does he mean? Like for operational workflows or I'm not quite sure. Like what? Like coding? Like Claude?
I'm supposing what, I guess, like when it comes to limitations of AIs that you can make at home, obviously regular classification tasks, maybe a lot more massive tasks, I'm guessing. Things only
Yeah, like ones with
corporations
bigger
offer.
computation power.
Exactly.
The computational power. I think with offline models, let's say Quen 4.5, it can do a lot of complex tasks. I've used it personally. It can do complex tasks the same way as
I think you might be frozen right
He
there.
might have been disconnected. Let me message him in chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, maybe a few more minutes and see what he says.
Yeah.
Okay. What we'll do is just like regular, we can provide his LinkedIn in the chat, and if anyone is interested in asking him any questions, you can just refer to his LinkedIn that I've placed in the chat.
Yes, so I think we could just move on to the next speaker, which is Devika, and she was a youth voice for environmental sustainability. I think she's going to talk more about that experience.
So, Devika, are you ready? I think it's loading.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Devika, are you able to hear us? Okay. Your audio is just a bit low. Yes.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Right there.
Am I audible?
Yes, but it's just
Yeah.
a bit low. Is there a way you could maybe increase your input audio?
Yeah.
Am I audible now? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you are audible, but it's a little bit on the lower side. So would it be able to increase the input volume?
Now? Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah, hello. I think you need to increase the input volume.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can wait a bit for that. Let's see. Okay. She is back. We can see how the audio is looking now. Hello, Devika.
Yes, am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think? Okay. Yes. This should be fine.
Yeah, that's good, I think.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, hello everyone. Before I begin, my topic is Youth Voice for Environmental Sustainability. Before I begin, I want all you to close your eyes and just for a moment imagine the year 2050 when we have no air to survive, no water to drink, and no forest look like. Is the ocean a source of life or a graveyard for plastic? Now open your eyes. The version of 2050 you just imagine isn't a massive plot, it's a choice. It's a choice by us, by the youth of today. The main topic is to save environment, and the choice is being made right now by us. Many people say that youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but I disagree. We are the leaders of today because if we wait until tomorrow, there might not be an environment left to live. The reality is, to protect the environment, we must first acknowledge it, what we are protecting it from. We are living in an era where human activity is the dominant influence on our climate. We see the rising global temperature and the frequency of extreme weather that was once called once in a century event. This is because of us and our ancestors. We are losing species and an arming rate, and it is predicted that by 2050 there will be no more plastic in our oceans. Then said, this is the reality we have inherited, but it's not the reality we have trusted. We have to change it. How can we change? And why only the youth? Why the burden of this is only the shoulders of the youth? This is because it's just we live in the longest. It's because we possess a unique power. We have digital fluency. We can mobilize millions in a second. A single hashtag can become a global process protest overnight. We have the power to change. A single hashtag, just a single hashtag can be a protest, just a single hashtag. Unlike large corporations, we aren't tied to the way things have always been done. We are free to imagine a world without fossil fuels. Most important, we have moral clarity. The environment isn't a political debate or line on a balance sheet. It's a matter of survival. Now just imagine, I have imagined the world of 2050. Have you imagined? Our voice has shifted from being seen to being heard. In the past, youth were often treated as mascots for environmentalists. Today, we are the architects. We are the ones transforming eco-anxiety, the heavy fear of the future, into agency. Our voice is powerful because it is uncorrupted. When a young person speaks to a global assembly, they aren't speaking for a paycheck. They are speaking for their right to a breathable future. This creates a moral authority that is impossible to ignore. We are the first generation of activists who carry our printing press, our film studio, and the global microphone in our pockets. Consider how movements like the global climate strike grew. They didn't start with $1 million advertising budget. They started with simple, honest messages amplified by the digital youth voice. Our viral video can change global policy on single-use plastic more effectively than 20 years of scientific papers. This is the power of our storytelling. We have to we use the things that we have wasted. However, the youth voice is not a monolith. It includes the indigenous youth who are the frontline defenders of the world remaining biodiversity. It includes youth from the global south who are demanding climate justice, pointing out that those least possible for carbon emissions are often the most affected. Our voice is only truly powerful when it is inclusive. But speaking is only half the battle. We also changing the world through our actions. As consumers, we are the most conscious generation in history. We choose brands that are ethical, and by doing so, we force the market to change. We are also the innovators, from teenagers developing water filtration systems to students creating biodegradable materials out of local plants. Youth-led innovation in solving problems that is first once thought for possible. I have just 2 days before I have I've seen a ad where a Bangalore person, yes, a Bangalore person has transformed 50 ton of plastic to fuel. It isn't a miracle. It's his power. It's her power to change the plastic into fuel. For for what? Not for the money, not for the anything, fame, name. It's for the environment. I don't want you to leave here today feeling overwhelmed. I want you to feel empowered. You don't need to be a scientist to be an environmentalist. Start small by auditing your own waste. Think big by joining local environment groups. Most importantly, use your voice. Use your social media for more than just personal updates. Use it for awareness. Talk to your parents and your community. A child convincing a parent to make a sustainable change is often more effective than any government advertisement. History will judge us by what we said, but by what we did. We are the last generation that can prevent irreparable damage to our home. Let's not be the generation that gave up. Let's be the generation that saved the world. If we raise our voices together, the world has no chance but to listen. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you for that talk. I think that mission statement really aligns with also what EnviroCast is doing and its environmental sustainability goals. I think it's really good to have people like you really advocate for the youth in furthering and developing these projects and ultimately furthering the future.
So we do have a question from Lakshya again. How can we ensure that AI technologies are developed and deployed in ways that genuinely reduce environmental harm rather than unintentionally increasing energy use and resource consumption?
We can ensure that AI technologies can help by reducing the energy. Just take an example. A few years ago, we worked with typewriters. Okay, we work with typewriters, but now we are using AI. We have keyboards, and now after that we have AI that is used by NLP. So I have learned that NLP is used for word. We just type the first letter and the whole word comes. This is energy saving. This is the energy saving of a human. We can transform it for the environmental use.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Devika, for the talk about sustainability. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay.
So now that is our first four speakers of block two. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a short lunch break, actually, up to 2:45, just to give people the opportunity to just take a break and then come back all refreshed. So we'll see you guys back at 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome back.
Welcome back.
From our lunch break, we are going to go into the final 3 talks, actually, of today as part of Block 2, and then our concluding address.
Yeah. So to start off our session, we have Lakshit Kumat, who is the founder and president of Young Investor Society and has attended many prestigious founder talks about investing and is able to actually explain to you how to actually invest and is providing an analytical overview of all of this stuff. So Lakshit, we'll leave you to it.
Hi, everyone. So I want to start by really trying to I want you to sit in your seat for a minute and imagine that you're a college student, perhaps in your second or third or fourth year in Houston. And I want you to imagine that you're pushing through a graduate program. Your life is a nonstop blur. Money arrives in fits and starts. A scholarship refund, a check from a family when they can swing it in, a paycheck that evaporates almost instantly on rent, groceries, textbooks that cost more than a week's pay, maybe the first trickle of student loan bills. Some weeks you end up with a positive balance of 20 to 30 bucks. Others, you're calculating precisely how far one pack of instant noodles can stretch until the next deposit hits. And in those quiet pockets, walking across campus at dusk, lying in bed, scrolling, or sitting in the library between classes, you have this nagging thought. Is there any realistic path for someone like me to start building a real lasting wealth? Or do I have to grind through graduation and not land a full-time job and pay my loans and then only think about investing after all that? So I'll give you the answer up front because it's one of the most empowering things you'll hear in your 20s. This exact stage of life, even when you're a student, is one of the best windows to start investing. And it's not because there's going to be some magic bull run or you have like a big bankroll. The most valuable resource you have right now is your time. 3, 4, even 5 decades ahead of for compounding work to work its quiet miracle. Even some small consistent amounts like 20, 30, 50, or even $100 per month pulled away from your earnings, like side hustles, maybe birthday money, or not going out to eat with your friends every once in a while, can have a huge impact on your future. At a conservative long-term real return of about 7%, $50 a month starting today could realistically compound to about $80 to $100,000 over 40 years. If you gradually scale to $100 a month after graduations, 100 to 200 a couple years later as income rises for a lot of people, you're usually looking at 200 to $400,000 or 100,000, yeah, $100,000 by your 60s. And as I live in Houston, Houston quietly stacks the deck in your favor. The cost of living is 6 to 7% below the national urban average. So a lot of the housing is cheaper, utilities is cheaper, and transportation is also cheaper in Houston. So limited dollars go further, freeing up tiny sums without feeling like deprivation. So that's the foundation I want to build on today, a deep, clear, no nonsense analytical overview of how investing actually works. Not the get rich quick, oh, do this and you'll make $100,000 type TikToks or the panic headlines about the latest dips or crypto millionaires, but the mechanics, the mathematics, the analysis, and the historical evidence that lets ordinary students like you start planting seeds for for extraordinary futures. And my name's Lakshit Kumawat. And for the last 3 years, I've lived and breathed markets, studying patterns, building portfolios, and advising a lot of people across every different phase of their lives. I work closely with a lot of students and recent graduates who've been working on exactly what situation you could be in: cash strapped, ambitious, skeptical, but curious. My goal over the next couple of minutes is to take investing out of the realm of mystery and intimidation and place it firmly in your hands as a simple, controllable, powerful habit you can adopt right now. Let's start with the fundamentals. What is investing really? When we peel back every layer of the hype, investing is a deliberate choice to direct a portion of your money, however modest, towards productive assets that have potential to create additional value over time. Rather than just letting your money sit in a checking account earning nothing or maybe pennies, high yield savings accounts are paying 4 to 5% these days, which is really good for short-term safety or emergency funds. But after taxes and long-term inflation, historically around 3%, your real growth is very tiny. You're preserving your money and you're not multiplying it. Investing changes the game because you're acquiring ownership or lending to the entities that generate real economic output. Companies building software, inventing medicine, driving or delivering packages faster. Governments or corporations borrowing or to fund infrastructure and paying interest. Properties collecting rent over time. Over decades, those assets tend to reward patience through price appreciation, dividend payouts, or interest income. And a metaphor is that saving is like storing seeds in a sealed jar in your dorm room. They're safe from theft or loss, but they're just seeds forever. Investing is like planting them into good soil, watering them consistently, protecting them from the harshest weather, and giving time to let them grow into a forest that will give you shade, fruit, and legacy. Risks are real though. Markets aren't smooth. We've seen major storms. The 2008 financial crisis plunged the S&P 500 50%, peaked to thorough over about 17 months. The 2020 COVID crash was around 34% in just a few weeks. 2022 also brought a really big downfall, around 25% because of soaring inflation and rate hikes. Each felt catastrophic in real time. People panicked and sold all their stocks on lows and locked in on losses. Yet each recovered. Post 2008, the market doubled in under 5 years and kept climbing. Post 2020, it hit new highs and it's still hitting new highs. And post 2020, like I said, it rebounded and it went back up. Why? Because beneath short-term chaos, the economy grows, innovation accelerates, productivity rise, and populations demand more goods and services. Since reliable records began in the late 1920s, the U.S. stock market has delivered an average annual total return of approximately 10% nominally. After inflation, that's roughly 7% real growth per year, not every year, not promised forever, but the multi-decade pattern is remarkably consistent. So tools that you can use as a student are accessible and beginner friendly. You can use stocks to get small amounts in companies and allow you to kind of just begin your portfolio and learn how to use your money wisely. Bonds are also really safe and trustable, and they're loans. Basically, they're loans to governments or corporations. You get steady payments, and principal is returned at maturity. Lower returns and much lower vitality. Portfolio anchor. Another one is index funds and ETFs, the practical powerhouse. These low-cost baskets track broad markets. And the top 2026 options are the Fidelity Zero Large Cap Index, Schwab S&P 500 Index, and Vanguard Total Stock Market. Diversification is built in, and one bad company or sector barely registers. Markets are endless auctions reflecting human mood swings. Greed inflates bubbles. Fear triggers crashes. Corrections are normal. They realign prices with fundamentals. The long trend rises because human ingenuity solves problems faster than ever. And our psychology is the biggest risk. Loss aversion uh, leads to selling low. Recency bias makes us chase winners to or free recent losers. Herd mentality fuels FOMO at peaks. Panic at bottoms. The 2022 bear market saw many young investors selling out of fear, missing the strong rebound. The fixed systems over emotions, automate contributions, choose broad allocation, 90 to 100% stocks when young, and rebalance yearly. Step away. The true superpower is compounding. Earn returns earn returns on themselves exponentially, not linear. So a situation for a realistic student, about 7% real return, conservative. So if let's say you're doing 30 months or $30 per month, which is about like your part-time saving you can put in, after 40 years, you would have around $70 to $80,000. And if you bump that up to around 50, it would go all the way up to around $300 to $500,000. And if you start bumping it up after you get steady income to around 200, you could also see upwards of $500,000. So for young people right now, the most practical roadmap would be a tiny emergency fund, so around $500 to even $1,000 just in savings, and then Roth IRA if you have any income, like even if you're doing like a summer program or doing like an internship, that's also great. And it's good because it's tax-free growth and contributions withdrawable without penalty free if needed. And then you can also start micro if you don't have a lot of money. You can start to around $20 to $50, and you can use apps like Fidelity Zero, Schwab, S&P 500, Vanguard Stock Total, apps like Acorn Roundup Purchases, and you can also automate cost averages. And loans are also a good option. You should prioritize high interest aggressively, and you should invest anyways. You also have time in your side, so you're gonna win. And also, living in a city like Houston will give you a huge edge because you'll have lower COL stretches, small amounts. And then this is like a recent example of something I did. So a computer science student I knew, he started with around $25 per month from barista shifts, and then he automated that into Fidelity Zero, and then the market dipped, and then years later it was compounding. And the biggest lesson was learned from that person was starting from small beats, and then you wait for the perfect moment. Investing works for students because it's time times consistency times math. Not needing wealth right now, you're ideally positioned. So the challenge I have is for the next 10 to 15 days, open a Roth or brokerage account and automate $10 to $50, whatever you can do, and pick one broad fund and let it grow while you do your studies or go to college or do whatever you're trying to do. And this builds freedom, less loan anxiety, career choice, family time, impact, etc., etc. And you should start tiny and start now. The curve is the steepest at the beginning, and you're here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was an incredible speech from Lakshit. I think that really gave us insight into how young people especially should start investing and how really they should be able to actually start up their portfolio. And your experience really shows in this talk as well. So we have some comments right here as well that are coming through. So the first one I think is from Stephen. Kaveen, can you pin that real quick? Yeah, so Stephen Navarro is asking, what do you think about investing tools as in more technical like AI/machine learning/data learning?
I think AI is really good. AI and machine learning is really good for stocks, but I think you should be a little more careful because sometimes the algorithms might not catch all the data you use. So you should kind of be careful when you're looking into that. But in the future, after AI develops more, I think it would be a great idea.
Yeah, I think we have another question from InspireX, I think, Kaveen. So it says, can you explain exactly how you got into investing and were able to grow your portfolio?
Okay, so this is a funny story, but a bunch of my friends we had this one crazy idea of just doing investing. So we just started investing little, like not huge amounts, but we just started investing little amounts to different companies and just seeing how much we could grow. It was like a competition mostly, and it was just for fun. So yeah.
Yeah. And then one last question from Ninja, I think. So it says, Lakshit, obviously, you here in the US, millions of people invest in 401k retirement plans, but we've seen lots of uncertainty due to tariffs. How do you think the working class investments have been affected by these tariffs?
I think the tariffs have affected the economy really badly, like as you can see in some of these companies. But I think on the longer side, I think it shouldn't really impact you that much if you keep on like growing and not just selling all your stocks like as they go down. So I think being consistent and spreading your money into different stocks and different companies will help you have a good portfolio.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for being here,
Yeah.
Lakshit.
Thank y'all
Have
too.
a good afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So our next speaker is Veer Sanghavi. I think he's currently joining at the moment. Let me quickly get to him. Okay, perfect. Hello, Veer.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're doing pretty good. How about you?
We're doing good.
Glad to hear.
Okay, so you can feel free to start whenever you're ready. And of course, you do have until, I believe, you have until 3:35, so you have an extended segment.
Yeah, that sounds good. So I think I'm going to initiate with talking about how Tilt works, what Tilt is, and how I built it. So at the core of it, Tilt is divided into two parts. There's a social platform that we're currently pivoting into a logic market, more on that later. And there's a B2B SaaS tool for newsrooms. I will share my screen and show you the SaaS tool. Just a second. There we go. Yeah, so what we do is we embed under any news article, any website really, and we scan page context and generate a debate. Now, the way that debate works is users can go and post and vote on any issue that they want. And what ends up happening is engagement goes up for the newsrooms. Let me show you an example of how it works. Right here is a page that has Tilt installed, and this is what it looks like. So it generated this headline based on the context of this page. You can put agree, neutral, or disagree. Your vote will go through, and you can post a take. What that means is you can post your reasoning for voting for a side on the debate topic, and it gets logic scored. The best arguments get pushed up to the top, which means higher quality discourse for newsrooms. Not only that, for users that want to post other things or have other ideas in mind or other debate topics, they can either start debates, they can pick a GIF, or they can just post generic comments. And those don't get logic scored, they only get sorted by recency, because sometimes an off-topic comment cannot get scored by a criteria of relevancy. So yeah, that's half of what we do.
I think he might have gotten disconnected. I'll quickly let him know. Okay, he's back. I think he might have gotten disconnected is all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's half of what we do. The second half is what I'm going to go through now. It's called a logic market. And a logic market is kind of like a prediction market. It's an adjacent space. And it's where you can place bets on things that are not objective. Like objective events mean, is team A or team B going to win this game? Is candidate X or Y going to be elected for this position? Will X dollars happen, or will a company's valuation cross this amount by this date? And although we do have those, what we are really proud of and excel at are subjective debates. Here, I'll share my screen. So this is what it looks like. It's called Ravioli, and we're introducing logic markets. What I just went over what that means, but here you can see live games that you can bet on, because as I said, Ravioli allows you to bet on both objective and subjective events. Not only that, with Ravioli, any user can participate for free. So you can, when you join, you get free credits, and you can cash those out in the shop for real prizes. And there are some crazy prizes on here. PS5 console, Nintendo Switch, TV, Apple Watch, iPhone, MacBook. There's so much you can do just by engaging and playing for free. So it's all upside, absolutely no downside. I'm also going to walk through some of the features of Ravioli in depth. Right here, you can see a standard market about whether US oil prices will exceed $100 per barrel by May 2026. You can vote yes, or you can vote, or you can place your side yes or no. And you can put a comment, and you're actually required to put a comment in order to trade, because your reasoning and argumentation directly impacts payouts. So if your comment gets scored a 80 out of 100 on the logic aspect, your payout will be 80% of what's shown here. If it scores 100 out of 100, you'll get your entire payout. If it scores 50 out of 100, you'll get half of it. If I go to debates, you can see the other type of markets. These are the subjective markets that I was talking about. Let's go to this one. Should gig workers be classified as employees? You can see the way that the arguments have continued to evolve. Yes, no, yes, no. You can see what people have posted. And the unique part about these is that arguments only get revealed when the market closes. So you're actually betting on which side will have stronger arguments, which side will have a stronger average logic score. So say this argument that I posted gets scored an 80 and this argument gets scored a 40, and the other side has an average logic score of 20. 60 is higher than 20, so the market will resolve to yes. You can also sell your shares to mitigate losses, or maybe go while you win. And it's all about market sentiment. So you can see how the graph evolves, and you can see how people's opinions continue to change. Let's keep going. We have a leaderboard where users' profits, the amount of volume that has been traded, and the amount of predictions that people have made show up. You can see activities. You can see people actively using the platform. You can see people commenting, posting takes, making trades, so on and so forth. The leaderboard has all these filters. There's a notification modal where you can see everything that happens. But now for my absolute favorite part, the portfolio. This is a comprehensive, in-depth overview of all of your positions at the moment, what's happening to those positions, and how things are changing. So these are resting orders. That means that there's not enough liquidity on the opposite side for the orders to go through, and they're waiting for someone else to make an opposing trade that will fulfill both of your orders. Here you can see the history of the trades that you made. I bet that there would be a draw for Espanyol versus Celta Vigo, and I guess there was a draw, so I ended up profiting 237%. You can see debates that you are actively involved in and have placed a trade in. You can see transactions that have been made. And this transaction ledger is atomic. That means everything that happens, every input, every output will show up here. There's nothing that this transaction table doesn't show. So yeah, this is the reputation that I was talking about. What that means is over time, your reputation continues to build. When I score a ton of high logic scores, my reputation slowly advances. And eventually your reputation gets so high that it starts impacting multipliers instead of the actual logic scores. Let me show you an example of elsewhere where reputation is pretty useful. If I go to legend, you can see a lot of these items require a 1000 reputation. So they require you to have been active, to have been genuinely using the platform for a long time with real maturity. And that's what makes it so magical, because if you do what you're supposed to, you can win really good prizes on Ravioli. So that's the core of it. Now I want to talk about the tech stack and the way it works. Ravioli is, on the financial side, built on a dual automated market maker as well as continuous limit order book system. The automated market maker ensures liquidity where there is, it creates false liquidity in order for trades to go through. But once the AMM pool is cleared, all markets shift to the continuous limit order book. That means that people need to make opposing trades so you can't generate fake liquidity. And it means that it means no markets feel like ghost towns. All trades go through at the start, but markets can't be exploited either. We achieve this through a smart routing system that resolves all that lets you go through the AMM pool until it's cleared, and then auto redirects your payments to the continuous limit order book. So that's the financial infrastructure of Ravioli. Let's talk about the tech stack. The tech stack is Next.js, 16 plus app router, React, Supabase, all written in TypeScript, and we use Redis for rate limiting, Cloud for Turnstile, as well as Twilio for bot prevention, and all of these, and Vercel for hosting. All of these different tools kind of come together so perfectly, and I love how they work really well. My biggest learning from building all of this was probably with Supabase RLS. At the very start, when I was using Supabase for the first time with Tilt before we pivoted, and I'll actually show you what Tilt looks like, what the old Tilt used to look like while I talk. Let me share my screen. Yeah, here it is. So before we pivoted, Tilt used to look like this. It was a mix of Reddit and X with AI embedded everywhere. And what I learned with Supabase when I was first using it is that row level security is absolutely critical. In my first few weeks of building, what happened was Tilt blew up and someone tried to extort me. Let me show you. Not on this account, I guess, but I'll log out and sign into another one. If I go to messages and I go right here, someone tried to convince me that if I sent $50 in Bitcoin to a certain wallet, they would stop a cyber attack. In reality, what they had figured out how to do is use my Supabase lack of RLS settings to gather all the database info and just keep posting inserts. They posted tens of thousands of debates, a lot of bogus and scam takes, and it just turned into a huge headache for me. I didn't know how it was happening. I didn't know what was happening. And I learned the hard way that Supabase RLS is absolutely critical. I've also learned quite a few things with Next.js and React, the common tech stack. I'm pretty new to relatively new to programming. I actually started just about 6 or 7 months ago. And the way that I've learned has kind of been trial and error. So obviously I'm using AI tools to help me. Everyone does, it helps me be a lot more efficient. But more than that, I find it amazing how Vercel has developed such incredible and efficient system like Next.js, where it's so easy and organized to build and host websites. I had quite a few issues with folder naming and organization of the app, but eventually I learned my way through it, and I love it. I've loved the tech stack. I'm super grateful to Vercel for creating it. And yeah, those are my two key learnings from building Tilt. On the business side of it, aside from the technical side, I've learned that most people are all bark, no bite, if that's the right way to put it. Investors will reach out to you. Customers will say they want to use your product. You'll get 10,000 signs of validation, but it's absolutely critical that you don't get pleased by any of them. None of them mean anything until the term sheet is sent, until the payment is in your bank account. And I hated that feeling of getting excited and saying, yes, I finally have a lead. Yes, someone is going to send a term sheet. And until someone did, it sucked because everyone said yes, but very few people actually followed through. And it was kind of demoralizing until I realized that you can't get excited by something someone says they're going to do. You can only get excited once they actually do it. Not only that, social media has been a big adventure for me, learning how to use the algorithm, how to scale accounts, and how to just get the most engagement as possible. If you go to Instagram, at tilt.boat is currently at 11,500 followers, and it's been a roller coaster. Out of the hundreds of reels that I've posted, a total of 3 have gone viral. One reached almost 250,000 views, maybe more than that if I don't remember. One reached almost 500,000 views, and the other one is currently still going viral. So I'm pretty excited about that. And it just takes consistency. I mean, I post every day. Most videos don't get over 1,000 views, but the ones that take off really do. LinkedIn and X are two completely different monsters. LinkedIn is all just about connecting with the right audience, and X is about they recently open sourced their algorithm, but the way it feels to me, and I'm not talking from a technical perspective, it just feels very random. You can post the same content as others, you can post something similar, but it's you can't speculate about when something is going to go viral. It makes it difficult, but X rewards consistency. TikTok is the only platform that doesn't penalize you for posting the same content more than once. And I wish I could say that I've been taking advantage of it, but truth be told, I've been kind of behind on TikTok. So time to get back on that. On top of that, Tilt in general has just been a big learning lesson for me. I'm grateful for everything that I've learned, and I'm super excited to see it continue to scale, see users sign up for Ravioli, close our round, get to huge revenue. But it's all about just working with your head down and chin up, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. And with that, I think I'm open to questions.
Yeah, so I think you got like a record number of questions at the talk. So let's just go through them all real quick. So I think first question's from Lakshit Kumawat, which says, how do you handle moderation on Tilt?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Lakshit. What we do is we use custom fine-tuned models to moderate user comments and what users have to say. And on top of that, we run big posts like debate creation and logic scoring through multiple models, so it's difficult to get around our moderation system.
So next up, we have from Ethan, what is the benefit of an all upside, no downside, I think, system in Ravioli for you as a creator?
Yeah, so at the start, it's supposed to be a user acquisition engine. Eventually, we have other goals and ways that we are going to monetize it, but we're currently operating at a loss. And I think it's the best way to scale prediction market type ecosystems.
Yeah, so this is not exactly a question, but I'd just like to point out that Bob says love from China.
Thank you, Bob. Love from Houston.
All right,
Next
so
we
moving on to
have
the actual question, Stephen Navarro. So he's asking what brought you to create Tilt/Ravioli?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Two things. Number one, I was the most political 10-year-old you would ever seen if you met me during COVID. I used to spend hours on news platforms like Fox and CNN just debating my way through it. And I enjoyed it, but I hated it at the same time because no matter how good I argued, everything was organized by recency and upvotes, which meant that the loudest voices won rather than the ones that made the most sense. And the second reason is because, as from my experience as a nationally ranked and state champion congressional debater, I learned that the world is nothing like the debate room. There's logic doesn't win, noise does. And I hated it because whenever I wanted to express something, I would get yelled at, I would get ignored, and Tilt was supposed to fix that.
Yes, so I think we have another question from InspireX2934, which says, how would Ravioli be able to generate a profit if no money is involved?
Yeah, so we have a couple tools for that later down the line. I can't say too much right now, but right now, all that users should be focusing on is enjoying the platform and getting free things.
Yeah. And then another question from Bob that says, how can I invest in Ravioli/Tilt today?
Yeah, you can email veer@tilt.vote or Wyatt@tilt.vote, and we'll be able to handle everything from there. We'd love to get in touch with you.
Okay. Again, a new question from Rex Griffin. So he's asking you, what is the comparison between how Tilt made money, how Ravioli made money, and why they pivot?
Absolutely. So regarding the pivot, the number one thing I learned from Tilt as a social platform is that users don't want to come back if there's no incentive for them to. Sure, debate is fun. Sure, the concept of Tilt is very intriguing. But at the end of the day, users come back to X and Instagram because there's a genuine huge social web waiting for them there. And there's kind of that chicken and egg problem in new social media platforms. That's why they require an incentive for users to keep coming back. And the reason that Ravioli was made is to fix that incentive, that lack of incentive, actually. Users are coming back to Ravioli because they have something to gain from long-term involvement.
Yeah, so I think we have another question from Bob for all, which says, how much water does Tilt currently use?
You'd have to ask for a cell.
Okay. Moving on to another question from Stephen Navarro. It says, obviously putting a lot more effort into building these platforms as a kid. What does it take for you to work on all this? Looks like exceptional work despite there being results or not.
Look, eventually, the way I think about it is, if you knew there was a huge opportunity for you, like whatever your goal is, whether it's money, whether it's impact, if you knew it was waiting for you 1,000 days of hard work down the line, and all you had to do to get there was work extremely hard with your head down and chin up, as I said earlier, for 1,000 days, would you do it or not? And it's as simple as that. When you put your mind to something, obviously you can never guarantee an outcome, but you can dramatically increase the probability of it happening. And that's what it takes, just mental fortitude.
Yeah, so next we have a comment from Bob again. He seems like a fan of yours. So he says, I agree, we shouldn't count the chickens before they hatch. You have a great future, kid.
Appreciate that, Bob.
Yeah. Okay, so going on to the actual question, it's from Ninja. He asks, hi, Veer, in the future, if Ravioli does indeed receive VC funding, how would you best make use of to scale it? I know you've done an extremely admirable job in social media content. Props to you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Ninja. Second of all, our roadmap to when we get VC funding and the usage of it is split into a couple of different steps. Number one, we want to get SOC 2 compliant so our enterprise product is ready to start getting sales. Number two, we want to put more money into marketing, because if we've been able to get to 11,500 followers on $0 of content spend, imagine how much we could do with as a VC-backed startup. Number three, I want to scale the team, because I have I can only work for so many hours a day. If someone else is able to work for the same amount of hours, then we dramatically increase the speed at which we work. We also want to hire interns for growth and other roles that will allow Ravioli to balloon.
Yeah, so wait, before we move on, I'd like to ask my own question to you,
Yeah,
Veer,
go
and
for it.
that's how did you like exactly incorporate like VC funding into this? Like, did you apply to startup incubators like Y Combinator or like Z Fellows or anything like that?
Absolutely, yeah. So we've applied to Z Fellows once. We've applied to YC 3 times, and our third application was just submitted about 6 days ago. So fingers crossed for that. Third time's the charm. I applied. Tilt was actually accepted into Antler's fall 25 batch. I couldn't attend because Texas truancy laws were way too strict, and I was unable to miss school without there being significant consequences at home. But incubators are one way. Many angels have expressed interest in investing, and we're also reaching out to firms as actual deals.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think that was a great speech and very
We do have one
enthusiastic.
more question, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, a new question in from Rex Griffin again. Can you tell a bit about your debating experience and what strengths/problems you might have found there that led to Tilt/Ravioli's development?
Yeah, sure. So I did congressional debate, and one of the things that I learned in congressional debate was if you want to convince a room full of people of something that they don't want to believe, is that you need rhetoric and you need to explain your argument in a way that A leads to B, B leads to C, C leads to D. You need to have a good chain of reasoning. Yelling doesn't work. A ton of logical fallacies don't work, and you need to be talking about the way that you need to be saying relevant things. And that's actually what Tilt's algorithm is, Tilt's logic scoring system is built on. 4 criteria: relevancy, a logic emotional balance score, a fact check, and a fallacy check. And I hated that whenever I wanted to convince my mom or brothers of something, I would be met with yelling and fallacies instead of good reasoning and a real reason as to why I couldn't go see my friends that day. And that's what Tilt's logic scoring system is built to fix.
All right, yeah. So I think that might be the last of the questions. Oh wait, no, we have another one from Ethan Hatif. Has a very lively chat. So it's asking, how do these checks actually work in logic scoring?
Sure. So we use a multimodal system. Part of our IP is the actual system, so I can't go too much in detail. But we use fine-tuned models for fact-checking, for fallacy detection, as well as for relevancy and logic emotional scoring. Base models don't deliver the same exactitude of scores that are correct, and that's what the checks are built to solve. We also have a validator model at the end that makes sure that all scores are correct.
Oh, okay. I think, oh yeah, Ethan Hatif responded with the follow-up that says, sounds good, good job, Veer. But I
Appreciate
think
that.
that must be the last of the questions. Obviously, you've engaged a lot of people in the audience. It's been going on for a long time. So, and I wish you the best of luck with your future endeavors on Tilt and Ravioli as a whole. Good luck, Veer. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your time. I'm going to get off now, but have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you, everyone, for your questions.
Thank you, Veer.
So Bob must be very sad for now, but we must move on.
Okay. So now for actually the final segment of the day. So after all those speakers, we're going to finally close off day one of EnviroCast GEO, Furthering the Future, winter of 2026, with a closing address from the founder and CEO of J. Robert Insurance Group. He is a Texas based entrepreneur and an insurance executive with nearly 3 decades of experience helping businesses and families manage risk across complex real world environments. This is Mr. Justin Robert. He has also needed to pre record his talk, so we are going to play that now. So please welcome Mr. Justin Robert for his closing address.
Yeah.
Hey, my name is Justin Robert. I'm going to talk the next session. I'm glad you are all enjoying all these conferences for all the talks. You may get so much overwhelming information. Hopefully, it will work for you. I can share about a little bit about my own experience versus, and how I overcome all the troubles and then barriers what I had here. So I'm going to share my PowerPoint. Please see that. As I say, I am Dr. Justin Robert. I came to this country about 27 years back, I guess, from science background. And then I did my MBA in here, MHA, and then finally I started my own business. Right now we have offices in Houston, Texas, that's the main one, and we have office in Bangalore, India, and also 2 offices, and there are total 4 offices what we have. So the path what I came from, I never came from the business background, but by the teachers, my parents back in India. And after my PhD, I joined in Washington University in St. Louis, and then I moved to St. Louis, the Huntsville, Alabama. Eventually, I moved to Galveston, Texas as a scientist. I have been there for a long time, and then I decided to move from science to business, which is the one I built for. So I went to school again, did my MBA, and then started the business. I am in the business of finance, investments, and insurance. Insurance we do right now only for the 18-wheeler huge trucks. That's all we do. So I do have a teams, very good teams. So, started with Allstate and Farmers, AIG Valley, Merrill Lynch, all kind of top Fortune 500 companies. So the path I gone through is really hard sometimes. Sometimes that's your mistake. Sometimes it's your mistake at all. But still you will learn from your mistake, from your employee's mistake, right? So I'm going to talk about a piece of business, which is, the kind of principles, 4, 5 P's, you have to know that always. So, before I go, I have to let you know, do it what you really build for. So if you want to do something, put yourself 100%. If you do that, I'm guarantee you will succeed. Yeah, it is not looks like, the fancy in the beginning, but eventually you will succeed. Stick on it. All right. So the first P I'm going to talk about is a clear, well-defined goal. Money is not always the final goal. Yes, money is important. You want to make money, but on the other hand, money is not. Goal should be something very strong, and it have a purpose on it, right? So, for example, so I want to save the people suffering in that particular disease, or I want to help people financially, but I want to help people for the insurance, whatever that goal is, or medical things, some kind of solid goal. Always you have to think money is the byproduct. If you just go run for the money, you are going to disappoint when the failure comes, then try to do the shortcut way. That will put you in a huge trouble. So be careful. Always think and do that accordingly. You have to, your goal should be very clear, right? Uh, so without goal, it's just a dream. Like you can think about it when people make a lot of goals, right? Everybody have a dreams. So much I want to become this way. I want to look good. I want to be strong enough. But but after some time, it's vanished. They don't care about it, right? For example, if you go to the gym in the beginning of the year, the gym is completely full. You don't have even a place to, you want to go for the treadmill. What happened after some time? Now I'm going there. I hit the gym around 5 o'clock in the morning. Nowadays, now I'm going there, it's completely empty. Where are these people? The goal, you have to keep that goal strong and reach in there. Unless you reach, there is no consistency, you're never going to reach that, the end point. So as I told, it's not always polished. It's going to be up and down. You think, oh, I'm going to reach in here. Yeah, you will reach here, but not always in the straightforward. It's never going to work. It has to be rain. It will rain. It will go up. It will down. There is the hiccups comes. Everything is going to come. There is a sharp. You have to go up. That's the way it should be. If it is easy, everybody will do. How are you going to succeed? You have to have that understanding the reality. Stick with that. The next thing I would like to talk about is the goal. When you set the goal, you have to aim high. Don't go there very low. If your weight loss is your goal, don't go, okay, I will lose 1 pound, couple of pounds in this year. No, that's not good. Always aim high. If you aim high, even if you reach a little bit down, but still it is success. You have to understand that. Set your barrier high so that you can reach. If you want to go that sky, even if you reach that in the middle, yeah, it is still success. Keep that your focus on it. The next I would like to talk about is a strong people team. You need to have a good team to succeed. You must trust people. You must put them together. People work for you. You have to understand the people's culture, people thinking. They have to know that. They have to understand that you are taking care of them. You are for them, whatever happens. That's the way you have to build the team. But in reality, I'm telling that it's not, it's very hard to build the good people team with a positive culture. A lot of people are negative thinking, put you down, get away from that people. Whatever you say that, they have some kind of negatives to go. No, there is no way. Unless you take a step, how do you going to win? Always you have to think we, not me. If it is a me, everything is me. You are going to lose everybody. No, it is going to be we. So we can pull it down that big barriers and win the game. The success is always win-win, not one side. Everybody need to be succeed. That's the way it should be solid and a long time. You must need to understand that. But you can see so many different kind of people. Some kind of people will tell, I can't do that. No, it's very hard. There is no way, Justin, you can able to do. I hear so many times. Sometimes some people think maybe it will work. Sometimes not. Some people, okay, I will. Some people, I can, and then go, I did it. See, that's the way it should be. So you don't need that negative people in your life. I can't do that. You can't do that. It is wrong. It is wrong. It is. They find everything some kind of reason to excuse us. It's not an excuse. You have to think about it. Some people always criticize whatever you do. Doesn't matter. Some people gossip all the time. He did. Oh no. No, that's not you want it also. Some people never want to get involved. Some people just want to get involved. Some people encourage, some people help. Don't be a frog in the basket. If you put 100 frog, 100, the crab. So don't be a crab in the basket. If you put 100 crab in a basket, still it is not going to get out of that basket. Why? One crab go up, the other crab pull it down. The other goes up, the other one pull it down, pull it down. Why? You need to encourage each other so everybody can go up rather than I want to go, no one else. That's never going to work that way. So, people will throw a lot of stones. You have to know that you have to still build your steps. So you can go up, they can be able to throw. Here another one thing. When you go up and up, be really careful also, because the chances of falling down is high. Everybody can take a look on you. So when you go high, be careful. Do everything in the right way. That would be easy. You can go and sleep. The problem comes always. When you are in the business, you are in a top business, you can see that so many people try to take advantage of you. So many people try to sue you. Protect yourself. Protect yourself. A lot of things I learned from my mistakes. Even you do everything correct, people try to sue you. So you need to be careful. What you're doing, if it is happen, what you're going to do, right? So be careful of that. So, other one I have to talk about the mindset, people's mindset, right? Their thinkings define themselves. Decisions make a different life. So you have to think about it. Some people are just close mindset. No, it's not going to work. Some people are not. Hey, let me take it. Everything I can put it in there and walk. That's how it should be. Or you can sit there, or you can learn, try. It will work. You are going to find your niche. Yeah, if it is, in business, this is one thing you have to understand. Any business, you are not going to see any money in the beginning of the business. It's very hard, unless otherwise you are doing something, illegal stuff. So, yeah, it is very hard. First couple of years, you may not see any money. Business is not 8 to 4 job. It is 24/7 job. You have to understand that. You have to think. You have to do. In the beginning of the job, you are your HR. You are your customer service. You are hiring manager. You are that people, even working, cleaning, everything you have. You are the person going to do. Eventually, you build up. Any business, anybody building there, it is hard in the beginning, and then you can eventually slowly build up one by one. Okay. The next one I would like to talk about is, some people critique, some people talk, some people only take and do it. So a lot of people, I want to do. Yeah, what do you want to do? I want to do something. Recently I have been exploring that possibility to expand my business in India. A lot of people, I have been thinking of to do something in my side. Yeah, it is not the side. It is, I want to do that in the right way. You need a full time. No, a lot of people don't want. I want to do something. That's not the case. You are not. Now, unless you put 100, 150%, 200% of yourself, it's never going to work, as I say. It's a lot of work, a lot of, some people don't want to take a risk. You must take a calculated risk in business. Always you must take calculative risk in your business. If you don't want to take, business is not for you. Period blank. You need to think. Always, think about it and execute. You can think, plan, execute. If you don't want to execute, it is not. People are trying to blame you. It is not me. That's you. Who cares? I don't care. You need to know that people are going to, whenever you're going to go up and up, always the tree, if they have a mango, people will throw the stone. If it is not fruit, people throw the stone. If not, no one is going to throw the stone. So if a lot of people are criticizing you, you are doing something good. Think about it. You don't need to see that. No one is going to see you when you success, all right? So that's why you have to think about it. And the next one is performance. The performance, you have to monitor. It has to be measurable, it has to be achievable and maintaining in the long term. So, building performance, yeah, you can able to build something and it's done and to go back. That's not going to. You have to achieve the goal in the long term. So you have to maintain. You need to know that how much you are going to. What's my goal this year? What's my goal next year? What my goal in a year after that? How do I going to achieve that? How do I going to maintain my company production, company revenue? When you are in the business, you have to think more, right? Not just your pay, your family. You have the family, you have kids studying, colleges, and all other things. On the top, you have to think, what about my employee? They have the family, they have to pay the rent, they have the kids in college. How do they going to pay that? How do I going to pay them next month? If I don't pay them, what will happen? If something goes wrong, what will happen? So always you need to know that to plan ahead. Keep that some kind of backup plan, which is back plan B. If the plan A fails, what will be plan B? So you need to have some always rainy day fund in your system, in your company. So you must be confident, you must be competence. So these two things are very important magic in order to succeed. You have to be competent, you need to be confident. If you don't have confidence, it is not, even if you don't want to talk something confident, then how do you expect your employees going to take it? That's not going to work in that business well. You need to know that exactly how that is works. You have to have the confidence in that. So even if you have confidence, you need to work hard to achieve the goal what you have. Look at this picture. These people are all, everything is in there. They work hard and come in there. When they about to achieve the goal, they just stop it because they don't have confidence enough to go a little bit further and take that diamond. They don't have. So, there is no reason to do all these things and leave it in the middle because you are thinking it is not going to work. If it is not going to work, you think, so do not do that. Do not waste your money, waste your energy, waste your time. Just to move on it. That's how it works. Always thing is there, it is hard. You have to be strong. You have to build yourself to be strong in order to carry that weight. That's how it will work. You can't be able to just, this is too hard for me. I can't do that. No, you can. You can do that as long as you become strong enough to carry that weight. That's how it works in here. So, once you learn it, then you have to improve. You have to accept it. It is a problem. There is a thing need to do. Do it, get in there. Then it will grow up. That's how I'm telling you. You have to be measurable. You have to know that. So, always be the out of the box. Don't think your comfort zone. Oh no, if I take that step, what if that one goes wrong? What if no? And if you want to succeed, get in there, growth zone. You have to get out. You have to get out. It is not going to work when you sit in that very simple, the comfort zone. People open that box store somewhere, they make a little bit money, they are in the comfort zone. The same people, if they go a little bit further, how do I going to improve my business? So take a trade here and there, they make a lot of money. Get out of that. If they think, hey, if in case it fails, what I going to do? I'm going to no, that's not an option. If you don't step, there is a zero possibility you will succeed. If you take a step, at least some possibility to succeed. But you have to think, plan, and execute correct. That's all you need. So, you take advantage of the situation. No excuse. Think about it. Look at this picture. This guy is sitting in the island and sitting there. Help me, help me, help me. There is no help is going to come. You have to take a step. You have to build your own thing and go. Even in anywhere, you can try to find out. All the opportunities are there. No excuse. Find an opportunity. Build an opportunity. That will be the success. Don't look at others people. They never going to see what you went through to succeed that place. They see that you are succeed. That's it. You did so much hard work, you did persistent, you late night, rejections, sacrifices, discipline, criticism, doubts, failures, risk, everything you took in your life, you succeed. People are not going to see. You don't need to worry about the people. Worry about yourself. If you do that, you will succeed. The only competition for yourself is you. Only competitor is you. You only. You have to think where I'm standing now today. How do I going to be in tomorrow? Where I'm going to be. Always think positive. And the another one is you need to be consistent, repeatedly, and efficiency. Right? Work, people tells work, don't work the hard but smart. But I tells all the time, work hard and smart. You will go even one step up. Always people grab you in your leg and try to pull you down. You have to do 2 steps up in order to go up. Always. That as Warren Buffett says, 50% is a discipline. The smart work is just 5%. And 25% is consistency, mindset, and hard work. You have to know that. You have to be very disciplined in the job, in your business, in order to succeed. Without that, it's not. When I started my first business, one of my the mentor told me that you can succeed even without very smart, but you can't succeed without hard work. You don't need to be a very smart people to succeed, but without hard work and discipline, no way you are going to go. You have to have that basic tendency. Even things are not looking good, even it looks terrible. Go and do the same thing every day, consistency, regardless of what you're doing. Okay. And I'm going to play this little video. You can see that. Several of that lambs are jumping in. These animals, you can see that different way. They are some come over there and jump straightly. Some of them stand there and plan and jump. Some of them go underneath. See that another one? Oh, I will do that same thing. That's what it's thinking. Look at the other one. It's looking here and there, thinking something, and then go here. Oh, that's a very smart move, right? So it is just taking off and moved on it. The final one, Is even everything is clear, still thinking, do I need to go? See that the smart people do? They plan ahead and they execute. That's all I'm going to talk about it. And that office, get out of the office gossips, players. So much player. You can see that some people always gossip. Some, the politic peoples are either they have to gossip or thief or power freak. Some of them are sneak here and there. Some of them are clink member, restrictor, the ruler, the scammer, and the lobbyist. You have to know that different people play different politics in the business. Get out of that politics and move on your way. You have to remember that, just people say here and there, it's a rumor. Have you heard that? Have you heard that? But it's not truth a lot of times. Well, you need to worry about it, right? So, people always talk behind you for three reasons. When they can't reach your level, or when they can't have what you have, or when they try to copy your lifestyle. It can't. Here is that truth. Really, that's the reason people talk behind you. You have to know that. Try to stay away from these bad people. They are all negative people. They are, the production killers, progressive killers. You can't able to stay with them. Always stay positive. That will help you. The final one thing I'm going to talk about is financial discipline. In this business, cash flow, capital allocation, in this business, I learned something. That you sometimes make very big money, sometimes not. You have to have a plan. When you make a lot of money, that's not your money. That's the cash flow. That's just a capital. So you have to understand, some people, I know that so many people start the business. This is one of the reason 85% of small business fails. They think, they never plan ahead. And if something happen, well, where is my rainy day fund? If something happened, there is no money coming in, how do I going to pay my employees? So you have to close down or bankrupt, right? It's not going to work that way. You have to have the discipline. You are going to take some money, remaining money, you have to have that reserve. Even if you take a lot of money on it, just a cash, it's a cash, it's not your money. Your money is your money end of the year. So you have to think that way. So plan ahead, keep that money in reserve. So you have to understand where you invest, how you invest. If you invest too much money in that place, more than cash flow, you are going to get you need to have a second plan where the cash cow is going to come. You have to draw the money unless you have a big uncle with the big pocket. Otherwise, nobody is going to help you when you are in the business. So you need to know how to, get the money, how to allocate your cash flow, how to going to pay, what's your expenses, what's your, the fixed expense versus various expenses, the stepwise expenses, what you need to do. Always, break-even point must reach any business in order to sustain. Not in the beginning of first year you can do, but eventually you will succeed in that way. I'm going to play this video. You can take a look on it. Yeah, it's the monkey is so happy with the donut. Yeah, here another one. See, some of them. Oh. Yeah, while you talk, looking at the picture, what you guys are learning from that? It's taking everything. See how many bread or how many banana this monkey ate? Pretty much nothing. Everything is just one bite because there is no focus. It's taking everything. Just a greed. Take it everything. And then it's never going to work. That's how a lot of people failed also. They take that, when they are in that straightforward good route, when they see something opportunity, so just jump over there. Then that here one opportunity, jump here. There is no focus. You don't know what you're doing. Set your goal, go straight. What you need to do, this doesn't need 10 bananas and 5 bananas and 10 bread. So, but still it's a trying to. That's how you have to plan ahead. What you have, what's your resources. This one have only one mouth. That's all they can able to eat. Then why they need everything, right? So that's what you need to think about it, right? Another the last final thought I'm going to tell you. To have habits that will gain you more respect in this business world. Keep your word. If you tell something to your employees, you must do that. Words are very powerful. If you tell something and don't follow them, they're never going to trust you. If you don't want to do, don't tell them. That's one thing. The second is show up early, not just on time. You are not just coming and going. This is not only for employer, also employees. You have to show early. You have to do everything on time. That's very important. Time is money. People are looking at it. Take ownership of your problems. Listen first, speak. A lot of people listen to talk. Some people listen to understand what they want and then talk. That is very important. That, as I told, skip the office gossips. It's not going to help anyone. Say what you mean clearly. The communication is very powerful. Bring solution, not problem. Always, if you bring some problem, it's never going to work. Bring the solutions. Go to extra mile consistently. Do that, anything, whatever you can to help them. Make room for others to shine also, not always you. Ask for honest feedback. Stay curious. Keep your cool under pressure. That's very important. When keep your cool under pressure in this business world, it's a very pressureful work. You have to control your stress level. As I say, a lot of times, I like water to drink all the time. But I love that water. But if it is that the cup is in my hand, I'm holding that water. For sometimes I enjoy them. After 1 hour, it start to make my hand pain. If I want to hold that water for the whole day, it's miserable. I want to throw them away, right? So that's exactly the same concept. If you take that risk, if you take that stress all the time, you are going to break down. You're never going to go up. You want to get out of that. Don't go in that situation. Hopefully, you learned something from me. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening my talk. Good luck all. Bye.
Yeah, so we're gonna move on to the conclusion now after that wonderful speech from Mr. Mr. Justin Roberts. It was very insightful, and I hope everyone learned as much as we did. So now moving on to our conclusion before y'all are free to leave.
So today we've heard a lot from so many speakers. We've listened to the keynotes. First, we listened to Kaushik Ravi, who talked about his experience in the field. We learned from Saish Gandhi, who talked about resilience in the current era. And now we learned from Justin Robert about business, about your mindset and how that really changes. So we've looked at all these different innovations from several different speakers or research, different technical feats, and all of this combined. I think this was a great experience, not only for all of you, the audience, but for the speakers and us listening to get so much information from this conference?
Yeah, so the future isn't just something that happens to us, it's something that we shape with almost every idea we try out and every risk we take. Innovation isn't about like just being perfect or having all the answers. Even when we built EnviroCast, we didn't actually have most of the answers. And as time came on, we became more resilient. We were able to actually find more answers to these problems. And we had the curiosity and the determination to keep going. And that's the message I want you to take away from this. It's about being curious enough to start. And then after that, determined enough to keep going when things don't actually work out. Every small step forward matters way more than we actually realize. The projects that we experiment with today can become the solution that people rely on tomorrow. So my final message to you would be stay curious, stay bold, and keep building, because the future won't be created by people who wait for it. It'll be created by people who decide to make it.
Thank you so much, everyone, for attending day 1 of EnviroCast GEO, Furthering the Future. Definitely tune in for the same time from 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. CST for day 2. We'll have more keynote speakers, even more speakers, and a lot more insight available. Definitely stay tuned, and we will see all of you tomorrow. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Bye.